The Minotaur Rebel's Mate by Celeste King.
Minotaurs of Protheka, Book 3.
She had no choice but to become a thief.
Existing is hard in Protheka for a human woman.
It's even harder when you're starved and weak.
One day she stole from the wrong Minotaur.
But in the end, he stole something from her too.
Her heart.
Speaking of a steal, jump on over to worldsofprotheka.com. There you'll find all the steamy details, uncut and unabridged, that YouTube keeps under lock and key.
If you're looking for a bargain, use code YouTube30 to receive 30% off any digital product.
Don't forget to hit that like button and leave us some love in the comments to let us know we're doing our job by keeping our listeners happy.
Lita's about to steal the show.
You're listening to Celeste King's The Minotaur Rebel's Mate.
Chapter 1. Lita. I'm sure from across the water it looks like the stars have multiplied, but here in Corona, we all know it's the dozens of floating lanterns we've sent up into the skies. I tip my head back, watching the way that bob above the crowds. When I first saw them, I was shocked. The Minotaur are notorious for being immune to magic, and they most certainly do not use enchanted items sold by the Dark Elves. It wasn't until I was older that I learned it is actually science, some combination of hot air and gas, that keeps them at the right altitude. I'm not much of a science person, but they do provide a good distraction among the crowds as people and Minotaur touch and bounce them. They keep their heads tipped back to stare up at the skies, which means they don't even notice when their coin purses go missing from around their waists. The fact that everyone in Corona flocks to the streets during the Bright Lady Festival makes my job so much easier. Bodies are packed so closely together that even if someone manages to feel my fingers brush their skin or fur, which they never would, I'm not sloppy. It is dismissed as a bump in a crowded street. All the Minotaur are so focused on festivities, all the food and music and parties, that it almost seems unfair how easily I rob them blind. But even in the celebration of Zukiev, the Lady of Light who brought life to this race, I don't feel guilty by how I come by my food. We all have to survive. I just have a different method than most. Maybe their deity should have stripped me of my excellent pickpocketing skills. Music swells around me as I slip through the crowds, and I hear the steady beat of drums as the moon starts to rise. The ceremony starts at sunset with the lighting of the lanterns, but the festivities, the raging parties and orgies of the city, don't really begin until my favourite part of the festival, the parade of masks. It's as if this holiday was made for thieves. Even the worst pickpockets could go unnoticed in a sea of masked creatures, slipping between packed bodies that thrum with the beat of music. As if I need any more help, I don my mask, and now I'm indistinguishable from everyone else. There will be no description of me if I am caught stealing. The night alone can sustain me for months. I slip my hand into the leather pouch of an already drunken warrior, pulling out his last few coins before slinking back into the shadows. Despite my ability to go unnoticed, I do take extra precautions from those that could put me out of business for a while. Making a quick dash down the alley, I come out of the other side, and I stumble out onto the streets, making a big show of my lack of balance so when I bump into others, they don't suspect anything. Most even help me get steady on my feet, and I almost laugh as someone asks if I need help. Little does she know her bracelet is now stashed in the pocket lining my cloak. After another dash through this street, I duck into a doorway, slinking back so no one can see me. I don't lower my mask as I pull the contents of my pocket and coin purse out, my stomach sinking at the meagre contents. Crap. I'm not sure if the people of Corona are just getting better at protecting their coins or if we have all grown weaker as a group, but this will not do. I need a big score tonight while I have the chance, and I've made more than this on market day before. Deciding not to waste my night digging out small coins, I ease back out onto the street. No one pays me any mind, and with the mask in place they can't see the way I am scrutinising each person and Minotaur that passes me. I need to find something that screams money. And unless the king himself is here, I don't think I'm going to find that on one creature. No, I need to get into one of these parties. Belongings will be left unguarded as clothes are discarded, making it all too easy to slip in and collect a large. Plus, only the richest and most elite Minotaur are invited to those events. Which begs two questions. Where am I going to find this party? And how am I going to get in? I have a good idea where I should start, so I slip through the crowds that are pouring in toward the heart of the city and climb up the steep hill that leads to the district I tend to avoid. The higher caste zone. It's a lot easier to pick humans out here as they can never be part of the high castes, even after earning their freedom. Even on Milthar, we have our limitations. But on the night of the Bright Lady Festival, anything goes. As I crest the hilltop, crossing into the thinning streets where the noise goes from deafening to normal party volume, I spot my mark. Bingo, I whisper with a grin. There's a manor on the corner with the door thrown open wide as Minotaur filter in and out of the home. It's huge, at least 3 stories high, though it may be more. From the open door I can tell that the ceilings are tall, even for Minotaur. Casually, I walk to the side until I'm blocked from the view by the shadows of the buildings and trees. It will do me no good to be caught staring. Seeing a thief evaluating their mark is an easy way to get caught, and I haven't made a rookie mistake like that in well over a decade. My eyes rake up the estate, and I'm almost certain it has to belong to a senator. No one else has this kind of money, and through the dimly lit windows, only candles are allowed on this night, so as not to outshine the Lady of Light. I can see large chandeliers dripping with crystals and gems. My gaze continues down, taking in the lack of security and running along the guests waiting to enter. They are all scantily clad, many undressing in the foyer, but that makes it easier to see the jewels decorating their fur. My heart hammers as I take in the thick necklaces and bracelets, earrings dangling with 6 stones encrusted. Yes, this will do nicely. And to my surprise, I even see finely dressed humans mingling inside. It appears that they are not clinging too highly to the caste systems if they are letting Fipakaks in. While it is the highest caste for humans, it is the lowest for Minotaurs, consisting mostly of labourers that would never be allowed in a place like that. But humans have an appeal to them that seems to draw in other races, and I don't mind. It gives me an easy in. I swiftly change, flipping my mask over so that it is now a shimmering gold instead of plain white. My cloak doubles as a dress as I flip that inside out too, so that the satin crimson lining is exposed. The arms tie around my bust nicely to create a strapless dress that lands just above my knee. With the necklaces and bracelets I've stolen over the night now on display, drawing attention to my slender wrists and exposed cleavage, I'm hoping that I will pass off as a Fiepakak. The only part that may give me away are my sensible but beat-up shoes. Thankfully, I see Minotaur abandoning their clothes near the door, and I slink up to the line, blending in with a group of humans as we slip inside. I manage to slip out of my shoes into a cute pair of strappy heels that erases any doubt that I am an imposter. Feeling much more confident, I start around the part with my head held high and my lips pursed. I need to look interested, not shying from anyone, or they will discover the thief among them. Still, I am grateful for the mask concealing the excitement on my face. While my lips curl into a soft smile that seems to invite the eyes of many, my eyes would give me away in a heartbeat if they weren't shadowed by the mask. The party doesn't disappoint as I float from room to room, taking drinks and food alike to blend in with the other guests. And a full belly won't hurt. I'm not the only human woman here in a sleek dress, so I don't draw as many stares as I anticipated. That makes it easier as I run my hands down the backs or chests of Minotaur, flirting with them as I unload their jewellery. By the time our gaze breaks and they might notice something is missing, I'm already on to my next target. Thankfully, no one has come in pursuit of me as I rack up my collection, using the bust of my cloak to hide my new treasures. I always go for jewellery. In a setting like this, it is quick and light, easy to conceal, and has a high resale value on the streets. Sometimes I can even barter for more than I think it's worth, and to me, that is a better gamble than just the value of some coins. My confidence grows with my bounty's size, and that glass of wine helps, and I slip up beside a Minotaur many seem to be fawning over. He's handsome and well-dressed, and I sway my hips as I catch his eye. Many of the women eye me warily. I'm a threat to their pursuit. "Hello," I purr, sliding a hand down his thick bicep. His eyes slide to me, and his face shifts from disinterested to curious quickly. He takes in my pouty lips and exposed chest, and his arm quickly slides around me, pushing me toward the back wall and away from the prying eyes over others. "Hello." I bite down on my bottom lip, glancing at the floor and back up. The batting of my eyelashes always seems to get the men excited. "You look." I trail my fingers lightly up my back, and he leans into me. "Incredible," he finishes for me. "Alone?" My eyes sweep around like I'm making sure no one is listening as my palm glides back down to his waistband where I felt the leather pouch tucked away. For now. His eyes glisten, and my fingers dip until the waistband, seeming to tease. A soft exhale passes over his lips, and he asks, "Do you want a drink?" My fingers close around the edge of the pouch. "I'd love one." And he does the work for me. As he turns, walking toward the bar along the opposite wall, he doesn't even feel the pouch tug free of what he thought was his safe spot. I grin as I turn, planning on slipping to another room before the Minotaur returns, and my eyes lock onto another guest. He's staring right at me with accusatory eyes. He saw me. "Crap," I mutter. His mask is intricate, and behind it, those dark eyes are sharp, clear. There is no amount of flirting or fake explanations that will get me out of this. So I fall on my back plan in case things go wrong. I run. Before he can take a step, I dart off through the crowd, slipping through easier than a Minotaur can, and as soon as I hit the far room with the curving staircase, I ditch the heels and climb as fast as I can to the upper floor. Chapter 2. Lita. While most of the Minotaur and people on the lower levels were scantily clad in thin dresses or outfits that looked more like bikinis, some even foregoing their tops altogether or ditching their shoes, they have nothing on the Minotaur on the top floor. It seems I found myself a part in an orgy in one, and it is a stroke of luck. The guests are doing it on every surface. As I come up the stairs, the two on the balcony, blocked from view below by the curved lip of the half-wall barrier, don't even notice me. No, the woman's head is tilted back, her eyes screwed shut as the male holds her in his arms, her back pressed against the half-wall. It's too easy to take off in the opposite direction, slipping through the first open door I see, and into a music room where every possible intimate position is being performed. There are guys stroking themselves and each other, women on their knees crying out in pleasure, instruments used as seats as partners ride one another. And again, none of them even look in my direction. It is a true blessing as I slip between the squirming bodies. There is too much going on up here for me to be soon. Or so I thought. "There's a closet!" Someone shouts at me as I emerge into yet another room that reeks of skin and sweat. "Disrobe there and come join us." That's all the attention I get, as the woman beneath him screams and his head tips forward, his focus moving back to his current task. I murmur a thanks as I slip past him, searching out that closet. That will be the perfect place to score a few more items. As I go, I keep my eyes peeled for any door to try. There must be some kind of exit for me to slip through before I am truly found out. But as I circle the top floor, I find that the flow of the rooms doesn't make sense, and I fear I'm repeating my steps. The windows are generally blocked by bodies, and I haven't managed to find a single shift in the wall that would indicate a secret door for a quick escape. Most of the higher caste members have something like that built into their homes just in case, and I had assumed I'd find one. As I come around the corner, I see another partygoer still dressed. It's the Minotaur from downstairs, and I worry he will out me to those up here, though maybe my axe won't be egregious enough for them to separate. Still, I don't take that chance as I slink into a library. The back wall is all shelves and cabinets, with a fireplace in the centre. I need to hide my stash, and this seems like the best option. With it being summer, I take a gamble. Stuffing all my gems into the leather pouch I stole downstairs, the very one that's getting me chased, I push my hand inside the fireplace. There's a lip on the inside to catch ash, and I tuck it on there, dusting my fingers off just as the Minotaur appears in the doorway. I skirt away from the fireplace toward the window on the adjacent wall, looking like I'm more focused on escaping than stashing. When his eyes sweep the room and find me, he starts his prowl toward me. Instead of running, I drape myself back against the windowsill. My eyes run the length of him. I've only focused on his mask until now, but I see that he is one of the ones that forewent a shirt to the party. In fact, he's wearing little else than his mask. A loincloth barely conceals his manhood, if the swinging and shape of the thin material is any indication. The only other article of note is a fascinating pendant hanging from his neck. It looks fancy, with a weird eye shape engraved on the top. I'm sure it is solid gold and gems are studded along the outside. Man, if I could get my hands on that, I could make top dollar on the streets. He stops just in front of me, the necklace swinging in my eyesight as if to taunt me. Letting my eyes droop a little, I nudge my knee open to draw his eye to the way the dress slides up my thighs. His gaze flickers, and I don a sultry grin as I tip my head back to stare up at him. Looking for a playmate? I purr. His eyes narrow behind the mask. Did you steal Plutarch Jartigan's bracelet? My eyebrows shoot up even though he can't see them. He saw that. It was the first thing I took as I ran my hand down the Minotaur's arm, and he didn't seem to notice. I thought that sleight of hand was fast enough for anyone to miss. How long was this guy watching me? He can't see any of that through the mask, though, so I just glance down at my wrist, keeping my voice light and confused. Why would I steal someone's bracelet? I shake my hand so the bracelet slides around, and he looks down at it. I have plenty. Then why did you run from me? I let the grin pull up into a deep smirk. I love the chase. I gesture around us. This is what I'm here for, and when I saw how you were dressed, I thought you were coming up here too. I just wanted to make sure your focus was on me. He doesn't look convinced, and I edge my leg higher so that my dress is nearly a shirt. You can strip search me if you want, I whisper. His jaw clenched. You know what? I think that's a good idea. The Minotaur grabs the top of my dress, tugging it open, and it unwraps from my form easily. He paws at my body, and I throw my head back with a sigh, making a show of enjoying his hands on my body when I am cackling inside. He searches every part of me for that bracelet, and when he doesn't find it, he grumbles under his breath. Here. He dumps the dress back on me. I let it fall to the ground as I lift my head back up to look at him, batting my lashes. I'm standing only in the mask, and I swear that he is embarrassed by what he's done. His shoulders slump forward, his head ducks, and he refuses to meet my gaze. It only entices me into teasing him. I push up off the windowsill, taking the 2 steps that he put between us and leaning into him. His fur is soft under my fingers, and beneath that I can feel hard, thick muscle. Damn, it's hot. My hand trails down his chest, my gaze following my fingers until I suck in a sharp breath and glance up at him. It works every time. Now he's staring at me with a burning gaze. But I don't laugh or smile or tease him like I normally would. I stand transfixed under his gaze, finding myself pushing up on my toes. He feels good under my hands, and while this started out as a ploy, it's starting to grow harder and harder to tell if I'm feigning it or not. The heat blossoming between my legs calls me a liar when I try to deny it. Thankfully, the Minotaur takes the bait, his arms swinging up to wrap around my waist and press my naked body against his. By the lady, He feels warm and inviting, and I am eager as he bends his head to kiss me. When our lips meet, I melt into him, mesmerized by how warm and soft his kiss is. There's a dominating power that radiates through it, but as he pulls me harder against his body, his movements are gentle. I can't help but wonder what he could do to me given the opportunity. I have to shake the idea from my head, though. There was only one reason I led him to this, and it was the necklace dangling tantalizingly close. Though he is such a good kisser that I almost forgot it. Not quite, though. The doors barge open as his other hand weaves into my hair, and at that, we all look up. A group of guardsmen stand in the doorway, eyes searching the room, and when they land on the Minotaur before me, they start this way. It's like they don't even see me as they storm toward him, and I like it that way. "Law!" they shout as he turns to face them, and I slink back, picking my dress up from the ground. "You are needed." His hands clench and unclench, I notice as I slowly back away, tucking the cloak back around my form. My eyes cut toward the fireplace, and it pains me to think of all the loot tucked away there. I won't be able to grab it now, as the guardsmen descend on Law. There's an emergency at Senator Cor's house. They look nearly ready to drag him away, and I know that I can't push my luck going for my loot now. These guys don't seem to be messing around. Keeping to the edge of the room, I slip up onto a windowsill and ease open the glass. I throw another glance at the masked Minotaur as he is led away, and the little excitement in my heart fizzles out. It's too bad that I didn't get more out of him tonight. He is a damn good kisser, and I could have used the relief. Oh well, it's like they say, lucky at theft, unlucky in love. I wrinkle my nose as the old phrase pops in my head. Love, gross. The kiss wasn't that good to waste my life over. Shaking my head, I slip out of the window, easing down the side of the house. I'm deft at climbing, and with the number of windows, there are plenty of footholds to make my way down. I even manage to circle through the foyer and snag my shoes before darting back down into the heart of the festivities. My stomach twists as I grow farther and farther from the high caste district. If Law is going to a senator's house, it will be up on that hill. Considering I'm headed to my home in the low town, I'm putting the entire city between us. I find my mind keeps drifting back to that kiss, and I reach up, touching my lips. My mind should be on how I'm going to get back into that house later, especially when I won't be able to so easily hide behind a mask. But all I can think about is my masked Minotaur. His chest was so solid beneath my hand, made of solid muscle, and his arms were so corded with muscle that I know he could have picked me up and done anything with me that he wished. Why did I want him to so bad? I shake my head as my mouth goes dry. I have so many other things to worry about that this kiss shouldn't be what's on my mind. But as I climb up to my tiny resting place, it's the only thing there, consuming my thoughts.
Chapter 3. Lore. Poor Lore, the guardsman in front of me teases, called to work on a festival night. Looked like he was having fun too, the one on my left says as he nudges me. I untie my mask, taking it off as I roll my eyes. There's no point now with the entourage of guardsmen around me. There's no way I'm going to blend in with the crowd now. At least I had a chance with a girl, I snap back. I doubt any of you have had a single one look at you all night. They all howl with laughter, but I don't grin. They are ribbing me, not in a playful way, but I feel more attacked. I try to keep good spirits even as I'm led away from the party, watching my only chance crumble to the ground. Maybe you can find her after, the guard on my right whispers as we approach the senator's house. That looked a little too good to pass up. I touch my lips at the memory. I know he's waiting for me to delve into the details of what I would have done to her, but I'm not like that. I won't talk about her body or how it felt under my hands, or how I was so close to bending her back over that windowsill when they came in. Because no matter what I say, I'm still the freak. I would just be the freak that they would tease with more accurate details if I were to give in. It's not lost on me how much of an outcast I am among my own people, The Minotaur recognize humans as more natural than I. I'm a pariah. They are another race. Somehow I'm worse. That's what shocks me about my race. The magic in my blood has made me tainted, and while they rely on me when they need something, calling upon me at all hours of the night without allowing me to decline, after I answer the call, I am shoved back to where I came from. I am nothing but a tool, meant to be kept unseen and forgotten until I can serve my purpose again. Otherwise, I am not to be associated with. It's like a trident. No one would brandish one at a formal dinner, but they are thankful to have one when in need. I will never be invited into a social event, but I will be called in to save a dire situation. Just like the trident, I'm stowed away within the easy reach of my master's grasp. My tower is in the heart of Corona, not too far from the high caste sector, but also far enough away so I don't forget my place. At least it's not the hut in the woods anymore. I think bitterly. The council finally let me into the city after years of claiming that my isolation was meant to protect me. I knew it wasn't true. They just didn't want me near regular society. But after all my help with the amulet, I managed to bargain my way into the city so I wouldn't feel nearly as lonely. Though watching everyone interact with each other while still living in isolation may make me feel even worse than the soft chirping and hums of the woods, devoid of any other voices. At least then, it wasn't people and Minotaur alike choosing not to interact with me. I was just too far. But every night I can hear people talking below me, laughing and drinking and stumbling home. And I know I will never be one of them. I will never be another Minotaur at a party that might get lucky at the end of the night. I will never be the friend that is called up for drinks. I will only be the apostate that others marvel at when they... Tonight was supposed to be my chance for everything to be different. For the festival of the Bright Lady, I could don a mask. And for one night, I would be no different than anyone else. I would know what it was like to be... And I was hoping I would know what it was like to be the one taken home. Just once. While I was hoping to draw the interest of a Minotaur woman, I ended up kissing that freedman woman. Or at least I have to assume she is no longer an indentured and most likely a merchant to get into a party like that. With my status, I barely got in. Okay. I snuck in. Though heat wraps around my core as I remember the thrill of chasing that girl through the mansion, and the way it settled between my legs when I disrobed her. It is best that she slipped away before more could happen. I should know better. There's no way that I, a Minotaur with magic, could ever find love. It was a hopeless dream to think I could even connect with someone, and I'm sure as soon as she found out, she'd be out the door. No one wants to risk passing on the genetic defect I have. Who would want kids like that? I squash the small voice that screams that I do, that I want more Minotaur that understand me as we reach Senator Kawar's home. I can't be distracted for whatever business awaits me here. The Minotaur in front nods to the guards at the door before swinging it open, guiding everyone into the senator's study where Kor is waiting by the window, staring out across the city that is still partying in full swing. Senator Kor, the guard leader announces as we come to a stop. We have delivered the apostate lore. His head turns slowly as the guards part in front of me, and from across the room, I can see the anguish swimming in his dark eyes, his forehead pinched and eyelids heavy. Lore? I nod, stepping forward. You need my help, Senator? He gulps, and I'm not sure if it's because of my magic or how closely I've always paid attention to others as an outsider, but I can feel his anxiety as if it is my own. It's my boy. It strikes me hard as he says it. Show me. I follow after Kur as he leads me down the hall and into a bedroom. I see his son, a half-Minotaur, half-human kid. Approaching slowly, my eyes track down his body, and I can see that he is small for his age, his fur short and thin compared to mine. His hands and feet are human, and his horns are only nubs. He's been suffering a fit, Kaur murmurs behind me, sadness making his voice crack at the end. I've called 4 different healers here, and not a single one can help him. I creep closer, watching the way his whole body jerks, His limbs are tight and his body is stiff and straight. His fingers and toes twitch and twist, and his head snaps back and forth. As I lean over him, I see his eyes are open, but they are rolled back in his head, unseeing. His jaw has gone slack, and he's whispering under his breath in a language that I don't know. "What's his name?" I ask. "Trigon." Sinking down next to him, I press a palm against his chest, feeling the way his breath comes in gasps and the magic is tingling along his skin. It recoils at my touch, and I feel nauseous by the zaps that dare to cross my skin. "Trigon," I whisper, letting my magic start to flow down my arms. "Trigon, can you hear me?" His whispering grows louder, and I recognize it. I think he's speaking Elvish. I should have suspected something along those lines if it is magic. "Trigon." My palm starts to glow with a deep green light, and I try to push it into his body to feel out the magic. "I'm here to help you." My magic skates over his body, and footsteps echo behind me as Kur comes closer. I don't understand why my powers can't penetrate the kid's body. I send another wave, watching as whatever has taken hold of him combats it, dark shadows swirling across it and sniping out my green flames. The whispering grows louder, and I focus on drilling into his chest, trying to find the source of this dangerous magic, and Trigon screams as I try. "You're hurting him! I'm helping him!" I growl, my limbs trembling with the effort. I snatch my hand back as something slams against my palm, and when I reach forward again, I feel the vibration of magic swirling more intensely where my palm just was. It's reacting to me, strengthening and growing to maintain its hold over him. "What happened?" Kaur nearly shouts, his body too close behind me. I rise, turning to face him. I've never felt magic like this. It's dark, evil. I think it's possessing him and it's fighting me. The senator stares down at the boy in horror. "Do something." I gulp, turning back toward the bed. I draw my power up into my hands, throwing them out toward Trigon. Green flames blast against him as I try a banishing spell, but nothing happens. The black swirls evaporate my flames before they sink back into the boy's fur. Gritting my teeth, I let the green fire flicker over my fingers, sliding up to the tips before touching his forehead. I watch the light cascade down his body, curling up as it hits the bottom of his neck. It flows off of him, disappearing as it's dumped on the bed. I try each spell I can think of until sweat trinkets down my back, smoothing my fur down. I draw in a deep breath, shaking my head at the unaffected form of the possessed boy. I'm going to have to bind him. "Bind him!" Koa reaches out toward his son, and then pauses, seeming to think better of touching him. "What is that?" "I can, suppress the magic until I find a way to rid him of this. It'll keep it contained in his body and put him into a deep sleep, rendering the spirit inert." "For how long?" The senator's voice trembled. "It will have to be temporary. He can't sleep forever." My eyes cast down at Trigon. "Or he'll waste away." Kaur nods, and I pull at the dregs of my magic, needing rest after this. The banishing spells are powerful and they've drained me. Tapping the edge of the bed, a green film spreads up and across his body, wrapping around him until his eyes start to fall shut and his body goes still. "That's better," the senator murmurs. "Trigon, we're going to help you." I reach up to touch my amulet of ascension. It possesses great power, and I'm hoping it will guide me to help figure out what's possessing the senator's son. Only it's missing. It hits me then. That woman. I knew I saw her pickpocketing, and I fell for it when she touched me. She was only trying to take my valuables. Of course, she was a thief. I should have trusted my gut, and because I let myself fall distracted, I lost the very thing that could save this boy's life. My hands clench as fury pulses through me, and I know I have to find her. I'll have to track her down to get back my amulet, and while I know I need to do this, because of how powerful that item is, I feel a small thrill go through me as I think about seeing her. I squash it down, knowing that there are much more important things at play here. But just the thought of her...
Chapter 4. Lita. I wind my way through the streets, making sure no one is following me. I have to focus even though my skin is practically buzzing with excitement. There's nothing quite like the rush I get after a big score or almost getting caught. But I need to get home. That was cutting it a bit too close. Most of the streets are packed with revellers who aren't looking that closely at every passerby. The hardest part is moving into the low town section. Even during a celebration, guards are careful about keeping the riff-raff out, and they'll be suspicious of anyone going in. But I don't worry too much. It just means I'll need to find an alternative route along some of the less guarded streets. It's a good thing I know the guards are supposed to switch their patrols on occasion to make it hard to figure out who is going to be where and when. But if you've done this job long enough, you know there are very few guards who vary their patrols. It just becomes a force of habit, especially among the older guards. You need to make sure every street is covered, and it's a piece of cake for me to slip over the wall that separates the sections of the city without raising any notice. It's all in the timing. Once I'm in Lowtown, the game changes. I still have to be on high alert. Before, my problem was the guards. Now, I have to worry about who the guards protect those fancy folks from. Lowtown is dangerous, and while some streets are worse than others, there's no such thing as a safe place to walk at night in this part of the city. If you're not careful, there's a good chance you'll end up with a knife slipped between your ribs, or your throat slashed, just so someone can take a slightly nicer pair of boots off your corpse. I stick to the wider, more travelled streets until I'm closer to home. It's not that someone won't shank you in a crowd, but if someone is desperate enough to, your chances are just better if there are more targets. When I get close, I travel down the alleyways, making sure that I'm not being followed. Sometimes that means circling the same block a couple of times, but I don't appear to rank very highly as a potential mark tonight because no one seems to be following me. I come to the base of an abandoned grain silo and check my surroundings. No one appears to be around. Pushing a board aside, I slip inside the silo, replacing the board behind me. Then I climb the ladder to my secret hideaway. The silo used to be used to store grain until the people who owned it went bankrupt. The place was built when Lowtown was a little less low, and it made sense to store grain here. But times have most definitely changed. At this point, if someone tried to store grain in it, it'd be gone as soon as it was put in. With some creative carpentry, I made it my own little safe bolt hole. From the bottom, it looks like the ladder is broken, and there's no safe way up, but some hidden handholds make it an easy journey. I climb up into the little room I've made for myself. It's not big, but I don't need a lot of space. It's not like I spend a lot of time entertaining guests here. I've managed to make it look about as nice as I can with what I have. Most of the decorations are things I've pilfered from the lovely citizens of the city. I don't usually steal art since it's difficult to transport and not nearly as valuable to my usual clientele. Still, if something catches my eye and I don't think it will get me caught, I don't see why I can't have a lovely portrait to hang near my bed. Crystal goblets sit on shipping crates, and bottles of expensive wine rest next to jugs of rotgut, creating a bit of dissonance. But that just fits my life. I vacillate so much between refinement and roughness, depending on the situation. If I'm in fine clothes, I've got at least one dagger on me, though usually more. You never know when a hidden blade will be the difference between it either being you or... I can't help but think that back to my encounter with the Minotaur. He had me totally disarmed. Well, almost totally. I pull out the hairpin with a razor-sharp point, a feeble weapon of last resort, but it's made all the difference in more than one encounter. I didn't have to use it on him, though. Why stab a man when flashing your tits disarms him just as much? I drop the cloak, only wearing it for special occasions like tonight, and pull on more sensible clothes. I have a thin pair of pants that I've worn in well, and a long tunic that I often wear when I'm at home, and I tug those both on. I open my window and step out onto the little balcony I built up there, scaring away 2 birds who'd been either fighting or making love. Looking out over the city, I can see the party is still raging on. It's not likely to die down before dawn. I pity anyone in this city who has to get up early in the morning. Luckily, as a pickpocket and thief, I set my own hours, and those are usually at night. I'll be able to sleep in. I wonder if Law will sleep in, or if he'll be too mad to sleep. It's hard to tell. Some marks are just as excited to get robbed as I am to rob them. Getting their valuables nicked by me is the closest thing most of them will ever have to a real adventure. I reach my hand into my pocket and take out the amulet I stole. It's a fine piece of work, and I'm sure I'll be able to fetch a high price for it when I find the right fence. Something this high-end requires the right kind of person. I could sell it fast, but not for nearly as much as it's worth. That's the trade-off with high-end merchandise like the amulet. There are plenty of people who will quickly trade you coin for something like this. But that's because they know they can turn around and sell it for a much higher price if they can line up a buyer. But I'm not particularly desperate at the moment. I can wait for the payday. It'll be worth it. With the proper buyer, something like this might be enough to cover my expenses for half a year. It'd go longer, but I've acquired expensive tastes. But even if I had that time, I wouldn't stop doing what I'm good at. I wouldn't mind getting myself a little nest egg of extra coin, a rainy day fund. But stopping? No, that's not for me. There are so many thieves always looking for the big score, the thing that will set them up for life, so they can retire and live like some rich bastard. But I can't imagine what I'd do with myself, even after just a few weeks of inactivity. Sure, wine and intimacy are fun, but only for so long. And I've yet to find a wine that can match the euphoria of a successful heist. And as for lovemaking, well, no lover has yet to get my blood racing quite as much as a narrow escape. I don't steal just to survive. I steal to live. I don't get greedy, and I don't take from those who can't afford it. I have my principles, after all. They just happen to include larceny for fun as being totally acceptable. I did steal for survival at first. It's what I had to do. But once you reach a certain level of skill, it just seems silly not to challenge yourself, such as stealing the necklace right off a man's neck almost immediately after he's caught you red-handed. I turn the amulet over in my hands, watching how the gemstones catch the moonlight. But the more I do, the more I realise not all the light is reflected. The gems have their own inner glow that for some reason has me thinking about the mark I stole it from. There was something about him that still intrigues me. He seemed different somehow, something I couldn't place my finger on. He had to have been very observant to have caught me. Obviously not observant enough to see where I stashed the goods, or that I was robbing him, but I felt like I was on top of my game. Law wouldn't have been the first mark I slept with, but I had a feeling he could have been the first I enjoyed sleeping with. I shake the thought away. It's been a while is all. But even as I try to deny it, it's almost like I can still feel his presence. I have you now. I jerk so violently that I nearly topple over the railing. Looking down at the amulet, I see his eyes sparkling through the many facets. You can't escape me. His voice rings in my head. Crap. He must have some sort of tracking spell on it or something. I don't want my hideout compromised. I have to think fast. I'm not about to mess with something like this. I swing the amulet over my head and release it. I've got a good enough arm on me to throw pretty far. The amulet's faint glow helps me spot it as it sails up and over the old warehouse, landing on the other side with what sounds like the shattering of glass. Oops. Just my luck, I'd managed to hit one of the few remaining windows in the entirety of Tin Pan Alley. But good riddance to it. I hope whoever finds it can hawk it fast enough to pay for any damage I did. That's if they can sell it before he gets to them. Though that's not a certainty, even if Law can home right in on it. If he manages to track it there, then he'll be too busy getting stabbed to death by Astrenic the Lame's goons to come after me. Not a lot of people of his calibre ever enter the place and come out with more than they went in with. They should count themselves lucky to leave at all. There are many desperate and hungry people there, and half of them will stab you just for looking at them. It's no place for a refined gentleman to go. I wait a moment, wondering if I'll hear a tussle or a fight, or if I will see a bunch of heavily armed guards rushing to my silo. But the night air is only filled with the sound of partygoers, or hussies and fleshmongers calling out to potential Johns as they walk by. I turn back and walk into my little hideaway, safe in the knowledge that I managed to get rid of that thing fast enough to throw Law off my trail. I'm about to shuck out of my clothes and get ready for bed, when the air in the room starts to feel heavy, almost like it does before a storm. But instead of rain, a swirling vortex appears in mid-air, and Law steps out of it. He looks down at me and says, Chapter 5. Lita. Great. This is just great. With one swoop of his hand, I am sent flying backwards into the nearest wall, tumbling over some empty crates and wooden planks. His magic knocks the wind out of my lungs. I know he wants to kill me. He looms over me, emanating a mysterious energy that makes my chest tense up. Did you really think you could hide from me? Yes, I think to myself, my head still spinning from my collision with. I push myself to my feet and fling myself towards the ladder that leads up to my room. I tumble unceremoniously, thumping my legs a few times against the metal on the way down. I'm too caught up in getting away to focus on the pain, but it starts hurting like hell soon enough. The path down is far too small for that behemoth to follow me through, but I can hear him behind me over the pulsating sound of my own heartbeat. Glancing up, I see that he is widening the crevice with his magic. He's tearing through my hideout with brute force, peeling open the floorboards and following me down. I grit my teeth. He's charging towards me. I spring into action, disappearing down the streets and into the nearest alleyway. I'm hoping that the small spaces are enough to deter him, but I'm starting to doubt it. He isn't letting anything get between him and I. Somehow he manages to keep up the pace with me, which pisses me off to no end. I twist through different routes that I know like the palm of my hand. I leap over carts, barrel my way through grocery stands, and tackle various people as I lead him through the labyrinth that is Lowtown. It doesn't take long for the others to notice that there's a chase going on. I mean, come on, a huge, beastly-looking creature following around a small, hooded figure through the streets. It's entertainment for these folks. I half expect them to watch and cheer him on while I run until my legs give out on me. Speaking of which, I definitely feel the bruises coming in on both my legs. My knees ache with each stride, but I ignore the pain in my limbs and hurry down a stone staircase that leads to the busier parts of Lowtown, where all the vendors are. As I make it to the bottom, a lightning bolt of energy whizzes past my head. I duck right on time and hear a deafening scream. The bolt pierces through a fruit vendor's stand, destroying the merchandise and nearly killing the poor old stall owner and their few customers. Yikes. I grimace, but I keep moving. The streets are still packed due to the earlier celebration, so he manages to slow down quite a bit. The ones with even a fraction of intelligence lunge out of my way. They can see the trouble I'm hauling from a mile away. What the hell? I pant, ducking around a corner and taking a few seconds to catch my breath. He isn't letting up. I already got rid of the damn necklace. A terrifying scream jolts me out of my thoughts. To the left of the alleyway I'm standing in, a young mother falls on her backside and scoots away. She shields her child with her body, panic etched across her open-mouthed expression. I scoff. He's not interested in you or the child. He wants me. Like clockwork, he turns his attention towards me and flings another bolt of magic out of his palm. This one nicks me in the arm, and it sears through my flesh. A furious red mark etches across my arm. I can't stop now. If I keep pausing to let him catch up, it will only be a matter of time before he grabs me and tears out my tongue for stealing from him. Maybe my eyes too. At least, that's what I imagine he wants to do. My body is tired, screaming for a chance to pause and rest. But I can't afford that right now. Instead, I'm leading him through loops around Lowtown, hoping that he will realise this is all a waste of time and head back to wherever he came from. Doesn't he realise that I don't have the necklace anymore? I make a risky move this time around. I turn right, then left, then two rights. I run into an abandoned building, accidentally interrupting some partygoers who don't even pause their session when I burst into the room. The back room has a faulty lock that leads to a more isolated alleyway that I use for quick getaways. It is hidden by thick foliage and tall trees, which prevents most sunlight from spearing through. I'm safe now. I collapse against the side of the building and thump my head against the brick. My breathing is loud and irregular. I taste dry blood in the back of my throat. I swallow to try and get rid of that nasty gunk. It nearly makes me vomit. Man, I whisper, staring at my dishevelled state. What the hell? What a day. I lost some valuables at the party, thanks to those guards. When I managed to nab the nicest-looking necklace off of the Minotaur, he comes back to kill me and nearly succeeds a few times. I'm starting to regret tossing that thing now. If it is valuable enough to come back and try to murder me over, it has to be pretty important. Some poor beggar must have come across it already. I'm such an idiot. The short rest gives me some time to regain a bit of strength. I pull myself up to my feet and dust off some black grime on my clothing. I sigh. I need some new threads. I guess I have a goal for tonight. I enter the abandoned building again. The pair from earlier is still going at it, which isn't surprising. I don't look their way when I pass by. The sounds they're making are sickening enough to make anyone's skin crawl. My face scrunches up, and I slam the door on the way out to make a statement. I glance around. Then I huff out a laugh. I'm pretty good at this. If I can outrun that freak, I can outrun anyone. I know that this isn't the time or place, but it's times like these where I need a quick ego boost to keep me going. Emerging back onto the packed low-town streets, I easily blend in with the crowd. I bump shoulders with many and push my way through. I need to get back to that party somehow. Adrenaline is pumping and my logic isn't the best right now. I feel as if I can take on the world. For that reason, I want to go back for those valuables I left behind. I am going to be set for a very long time if I manage to sell them at a good price. Snaking my way into an alleyway, I pass by a large heap of garbage and notice a glowing object near some torn shreds of clothing. Is that? My eyes widen. No way. That's the necklace I chucked. Am I the luckiest thief in Lowtown or what? My mind goes crazy. I can sell this thing for an amazing price, and it might be enough to take me out of my current living conditions. I won't have to worry about thieving for a long while. I'll be able to afford good food and good clothing. Warm clothing. I won't have to worry about risking my life each night in order to survive. I lean down and take the necklace in my hands. Its faint glow looks a bit different than how I remember it, but it's probably because I threw it hard enough to crack it against this wall. I enclose the necklace in a fist and kiss it. This is it. This is my way out of this life. Suddenly, the necklace in my hand starts shrinking. The cold metal disintegrates before my very eyes. I don't understand what's happening. Huh? I blurt out instinctively. The necklace disappears. Nothing remains. What the f... I scream. I'm only able to see it for a few seconds, but above me, a large enclosure is falling down. I convince myself that I'm going to die, that this is it. But in the seconds after I cover my head and clench my eyes shut, I feel nothing. I hear laughter. It makes my... Did you really think you were going to get away from me that easily? My eyes crack open. It's the Minotaur, jeering at me through the cage bars. I slam my foot against the enclosure, making it vibrate violently. What the hell is this? Let me out of here. Sorry, but that's not going to happen. My foot continues to slam against the cage, but it's no use. He's smiling at me. I wish I could reach through the cage and wrap my hands around his throat. I want nothing more than to see him dead. Are you just going to stand there and look stupid? I spit out. Again, I kick at the bars for good measure. No, I just find this whole thing to be funny. Screw you. You're so sweet. He uses his magic to lift up the cage. He parades me through the streets as if I am an exotic animal. People are staring with wide eyes. Some of them are even laughing. I cross my arms around my chest and keep my gaze on my feet. My cheeks are burning, hearing the things they're saying to me. Don't tell me that's Lightfingers the legend. She's finally been caught. I never thought I'd see the day. How did he manage to catch her? Is this why he was chasing her around earlier? Is he taking her to the authorities? At this point, I want that. The humiliation makes me want to curl up into a ball and die. I keep my composure simply because we are surrounded by spectators in all directions. Just like that, my fat head from my ego boost is gone. I'm brought back down to reality in one of the worst ways. I'm imprisoned. Worst of all, everyone in Lowtown gets to watch it happen in real time. I feel like gouging out my own eyes. Where are you taking me? I ask. The Minotaur doesn't even glance at me. Hey! I shake the cage and slam my fist against the bars. I do it continuously until the Minotaur turns around and shoots me a dark look. Are you going to answer my question? No. Shut up already. Then he turns around and continues leading the way while my cage follows close behind. I narrow my eyes at him. I hate him with every fibre in my being, but I have no way to act on my feelings. I want revenge. I want to make him pay for everything. For the lost loot I left behind at the party, for the necklace, for humiliating me in front of my own kind. If he plans on killing me, so be it. I don't care anymore. My luck is plummeting down a steep cliff right now. If someone had told me a month ago that I would be running for my life instead of sitting in the stuffy classroom of the bordello, preparing to be sold off to indoor, I would have laughed.
The forest is not your safe space, little one.
But there's no avoiding my fate.
It's you. You're the one.
I've spent my entire life training to be the perfect bride for the top-bidding dark elf. So much can change in so little time.
You understand why you're being punished, right, child?
Your blood. It sings to me.
Please, let me out of here.
You need to learn your place.
But what are you? Where are you taking me?
Run!
I'm a bringer of death.
No, you're not dying. I won't let you.
You won't be able to get out.
Let me go, please.
Sadie, I will make you mine. Chapter 6. Lore. Despite my better judgment, I don't go to the authorities. The cage floats behind me, bobbing over the few people and Minotaur still in the streets, most having already found a bed for the night and probably not their own. I stifle a sigh. That should have been me, but instead, I'm approaching the base of my tower with a thief trying to find my amulet instead. Tipping my head back to glance up at my home, or prison, depending who's asked. I do sigh. What good was it to make the deal to get out of the woods if even my home announces to those around me how different I am? No one will come near me, and they even skirt around my tower, which sticks out like an apostate in a crowd, previously abandoned for its weird design. What the hell? I cast a sound barrier spell over the cage, not sure why I hadn't done it earlier. I don't have it in me to hear her teasing as I ascend the stairs, feeling the extent of my drained magic starting to weigh down my limbs. At least I've made it my own, I think, as we reach the landing where the rooms were built. There are 2 floors near the top with spacious rooms that overlook the city, only reachable by the spiral staircase that I enchanted. Instead of climbing the 4 stories to the first actual floor, it only takes 2 steps. The cage hits the floor behind me as the door to the stairs swings closed. It's simple magic I do without thought as I keep walking. Not even turning back as I don't have to turn around to know she's thinking about bolting. I'm certain she'd be able to climb down from my tower despite its height. And though the doorknob will only turn beneath my touch, she would find another way. I wouldn't try to escape if I were you, I call to her as I round the corner to my kitchen. I set the water over the fire to boil and go to my cabinet where I keep the teas. There is a freaking root I keep stashed away for days like this when my magic needs help regenerating. I don't have time to sleep for 2 or 3 days to recover as I did when I was younger and was still learning my limits. She hasn't moved. I can feel that with the tendrils that snake through the house, a security measure I keep, though it is starting to wane. My enchantments on the house are the first to go when I get like this, and when the kettle starts to whistle, relief rushes through me. "Come!" I shout to her as I stumble to the stove. "Have tea with me!" I don't feel her step off the cage, but I hear her footsteps. I guess my magic is truly draining if the floors are no longer responding to me, telling me when there's extra movement. I drop the root in my cup, watching it dissolve, and my hands shake as I set her cup on the table, adding mint leaves and citrus slices to the soothing drink. The woman appears in the doorway as I collapse into my chair, lifting the warm water to my lips. I inhale half the contents, loving the way that I can feel it start to stir my magic in my veins before I look up. "You're marked with my magic now," I tell her, pushing her cup forward and inclining my head toward the empty chair. "There's nowhere on Protheka you can go that I won't know about or follow, so you might as well sit down, drink the tea." She creeps into the kitchen, her eyes scanning the room. I chuckle beneath my breath as I pick up my cup. I know she's clocking every detail she can. "Let me reiterate," I say as she takes her seat, perched on the edge as if she's ready to run at any moment. Her fingers lightly grasp the teacup, though her eyes are still shifting around the room. "Every move you make, I know. Don't try to outsmart me or run." Finally, her eyes dart back to me, shining a bright green even in the dim light. It was the first thing that struck me about her, even behind her mask. A mischievous grin flicks across her face. "That's kind of creepy, don't you think? You always watching in? Some would think you're a little lonely up in this tower, so much so to be watching everything I do." I lean back, my gaze roaming across her face. I could tease her back, ask her if she would be doing something I should want to check in on. But I don't bite. "Where's my amulet?" Her face falls. "Why do you think I would know? You're a thief, and a convincing liar. I know you took it at that party." I lean forward, giving her a grin of my own. "Now, tell me where it is." She sighs. "I threw it. It landed somewhere in Tin Pan Alley." She's lucky I'm not very strong right now, or I might have thrown this table. "You what?" I roar, but my limbs are too heavy to let my anger have much more of an outlet. "I didn't want you tracking me." "I still did." She shrugs. "Well, I know that now." I grit my teeth at her nonchalance. "You're going to help me get it back." She coughs out a laugh. "There's no way in this life or the one after you'll make me do that. Tin Pan Alley is the turf of Astranik the Lame. You have to have a death wish to go there. Not even the guard bothers with it. He can't be that dangerous." Her gaze sweeps out toward the massive windows and she leans back in the chair, propping one foot up and wrapping an arm around her knee. "There's rumors he has dirt on a Minotaur, and that's why the guards don't go in. Anyone who goes in there won't find help. The guard won't interfere with Astronic no matter what happens." I hate the way my heart leaps as she turns to look at me. She's unfortunately beautiful, but she's still a thief, and she's stealing time that Trigon needs with this. Still, I don't interrupt her as she huffs out a laugh. "He's the king of his little mountain of rubbish, and the senator allows it so he can protect his secrets. Isn't that the way of this world?" My eyebrows knit together. "If you know the way of this world, then you know that I can force you to comply." I hate the way her eyes glint. "I already proved I'm willing. You won't be twisting my arm, unless, of course, that's something you're into." She winks, and it makes my stomach roil. Is that something she's grown used to? Pain and pleasure as one? I shouldn't care, but it sparks another flame of anger in me. But I don't let it show. Don't flatter yourself. Either you help me, or I'll sell you to the highest bidder, pocket the profits, and get the amulet myself. Your choice. The woman clucks her tongue. You wouldn't sell me. You want me too much. I'm like these trophies on your wall. Something to collect. Her lips are dangerously sensuous, curled up in a smile like that. Not that I'm opposed. The heat that coils within me is enough to make me lash out. The tea is working wonders in my system, and as I flick my wrist in an annoyed gesture without thinking, her chair is blown back. I smile smugly as her eyes widen in surprise, the wind pushing her in the opposite direction, and into a bedroom. I won't be surprised if she finds a way to tease me about that. But for now, I snap my fingers and the door locks without me having to get up. I stare at the place she just was occupying, clenching my hands in fury. Maybe I should have told her I need to save a boy's life with that amulet. But this infuriating woman has a way of scattering my thoughts like I've never experienced. Maybe she's a sorceress herself. Surely there are human anomalies with magic just like with Minotaur. It wouldn't shock me if she knows how to enchant and harness the elements. The thought starts to soothe me, making my magic flicker. Maybe I just want her to be like me. It would explain the connection I feel toward her, and even though she was driving me insane, I feel inclined to go to her. There's something about her voice and her beauty that draws me in. It entices me, calls to me, and I don't understand it, but I need her. It must be magic, right? I'm definitely concocting a false narrative here, and I try to remind myself that she is just a thief with a few party tricks up her sleeve. Still, I can't get over the way she didn't shy away from magic. She continued to tease me, to smile at me after seeing what I am capable of. That's never happened before. No, she won't fear me, and I can use that to my benefit. She's well known with a particular skill set I desperately need right now. My best bet is to compromise and get her to work with me. It's the only way to save Kor's son, because I doubt that I will ever be able to find my amulet without her, and a part of me doesn't want to. I try to squash those thoughts as they flutter up, teasing me. I do want to continue our adventure. I've enjoyed being in the city, chasing her about, and having someone to actually talk to. I'm not ready to let that go. I suppose I could try to be nicer to her. Putting her in that cage didn't help my credibility, and she seems like the kind of human whose will doesn't bend easily. I'll have to find a way to make it worth her while. And she's told me just how. My shaft twitches at the thought, especially as the flash of her naked body fills my mind's eye and her relentless teasing whispers in my ear, before I finally push it away. These thoughts have to stop. I only need her to help me regain my amulet, and anything else can be forgotten. With the resolve to be gentler with her until she agrees to help me, and for absolutely no other reason, I climb to my feet. I'm no longer as shaky, but I can still feel the fatigue pulling at me. I make a second cup of tea, flicking toward the stove with one hand so that pots and pans fly out onto the surface, one filling with water. I cough violently at the use of my powers, my body rioting against expending that energy. And I know that it was a pointless way to drain what bit of strength my body had managed to regenerate. Inhaling the contents of the tea, I move toward the stove, and for one of the few times in my life, I make my dinner by hand, taking extra care to prepare my favorite dishes for the human, too. I try to ignore the way my heart flutters in my chest as I secretly hope that she likes it. Lady...
Chapter 7. Lita. I feel like I might be losing some respect for this guy. Sure, he has some very potent magic, especially for a Minotaur, a race that is almost exclusively anti-magic. It makes them impervious to a lot of spells, but also robs them of a powerful tool and weapon. But it does tend to make them a little more thoughtful. Most other Minotaurs would have at least searched a thief for lockpicks before leaving them alone in a locked room. I pull out my lockpicks. Not even my hidden picks, just my regular full set I keep in my pocket and get to work. First, I get on the ground and look through the crack between the bottom of the door and the floor. It makes very little sense to open a door if someone is just waiting on the other side to throw me right back in, but the short hallway appears to be empty. Then put my ear to the door and listen. No stomping feet or heavy breathing from further down the hall, so it's relatively safe to assume he's not waiting for me. Minotaurs aren't exactly known for their stealth. Looking at the lock on the door, it doesn't appear to be anything special, so I pull out my most rudimentary rake and tension wrench. The basics of lockpicking are fairly straightforward. The difficulty depends on how good the lock is. All a key does is lift the lock pins to the proper height so the barrel can turn freely and disengage the lock. The trick of picking a lock is to exploit the imperfections in the lock to get the pins in place without the key. I drag the rake in the lock, feeling and listening for the click of the lock pins. 4. Only 4 pins. Really? It's a wonder this guy hasn't been robbed blind already. Hopefully, the locks of his exterior doors are more robust than this. I insert my tension wrench and give the barrel of the lock a little twist. When I drag the rake through the keyway, just testing which pins move and which bind up, I hear a click, and the lock turns. There's no point in being a good lock pick when I'm up against a lock an amateur could open in seconds. If he would have even considered the possibility I'd bust out, I'd be insulted. But I'm not going to complain. Too much. I put my lockpicks away and stand up, brushing myself off. I put my ear to the door one last time to check. But I hear nothing, so I open the door and step out into the corridor. I keep my ears and eyes open as I sneak down the hall, soaking in every detail. There appears to be no sort of alarm or tripwire waiting for me. The instinct here is to get lazy and just stroll through the house, but that's an excellent way to get caught. Constant hypervigilance is exhausting, but there's a happy middle ground of observance that's enough to keep from any simple blunders. Looking around, instead of security measures though, I see expensive tapestries and fine furniture. Among the tapestries, artwork and various shelves and tables made of fine wood and stone, there are some items I can't even begin to identify. When I walk past one open door, I can see a black stone table taking up the centre. There are shelves lined in the room stacked with items, but on the table there only sits a scattered pile of gemstones, each pulsing with their own light in what appears to be some sort of pattern. I have absolutely no idea what it's for, but I'm sure I could find someone willing to pay good money just to have it because it's magical and shiny. But given that he was able to track me down through the amulet, I think it's best if I just leave it alone. Everywhere else, on almost every horizontal surface above the floor, there are books and baubles of all shapes and sizes. Some are obviously magical, such as a quill that writes in a book all by itself. I can't make out the language it's written in. Some are more subtle, such as the strange purple statuette of a dragon that radiates malignant energy and makes me feel sick just looking at it. I carefully descend the stairs when I smell something cooking, and it smells good. I tiptoe towards the source of the smell until I find myself looking into the kitchen where my captor is cooking, setting food on 2 plates as he goes. 2 plates? I found nothing in my search of the place that would indicate he lives with anyone else. Sure, he has a lot of stuff, but it all feels like his stuff. Who else could he be cooking for? Then I realise he's cooking for me. I better get back to my cell, my room before he gets done. It'd be rude to pass up a free meal. As I make my way back, I pass by a slightly ajar door leading into a library. It couldn't hurt to take a peek, right? Besides, it provides too much of an opportunity to mess with him just a little. It's the least I could do after he insulted my skills as a thief. The shelves are lined with books. Some look utterly ancient, and those with the titles printed on the spines are in languages I can't comprehend. None appear to match the one being written upstairs, though. But I do spot a few shelves that look dedicated to more recent books written in common. I skim the titles until I run across a bunch with titles that make me feel a little flush, in part because I recognise some of them. The Amorous Adventures of the Naga Queen, devoted to the Demon Lord, dominated by the Dark Elf Prince. This all-powerful wizard has row after row of smutty books. My original plan had been to snag something that looked important, but this is much more fun, I think. I grab one of the books and sneak back upstairs. I leave the door to my room open as I plop down on the bed and start reading The Penitent but Lusty Orcish Maiden, Volume 4. It's actually pretty good, enough that I sort of forget what I'm doing and find myself squeezing my thighs together when I hear Law growl from the doorway. "What the hell are you doing?" About ready to have my hand between my legs, but I'm willing to take a break for some food. He glares at me. What? I was bored in this room all alone. It was stuffy. And seriously, when is the last time you dusted? If looks could kill, I swear I'd be dead. Oh, come on. It's not like I tried to escape. It's your own fault for not doing a better search of your prisoner. I set the book aside. Sorry, I couldn't resist the urge to mess with you just a little. He sets down the tray and hands me a plate. Like you couldn't resist the urge to steal the Amulet of Ascension? He asks. The Amulet of what now? What's it do? It's a powerful relic, and I need it to save a young man's life. The warm sausage hits my stomach like a cold weight. Oh, crap! Then why were you walking around with it at a damned bondage party? Are you really trying to blame me for you robbing me? Well, yeah. You should be more careful with something that valuable. I don't know. Keep it in a vault. Law scoffs. Like you've never broken into a vault. Okay, but you should clearly label something like that so I don't accidentally violate the Roach Code. Roach Code? He looks at me quizzically. The Roach Code is a set of rules we follow. At least those of us who aren't horrible people do. Don't take anything that someone can't afford to lose is one of the basics. It's why you don't steal coin for those with only a little and focus on those with a lot. And you certainly don't take something that's a matter of life and death. Law just stares at me like I'm talking gibberish. Listen, I take the Roach Code seriously, okay? Had I known it was magical and you needed it to save someone's life, I'd have left it alone. I'm willing to admit when I'm wrong, unlike some people. His dark brow furrows. When was I wrong? When you wore something that important to a bondage party while also confronting someone you thought you saw stealing jewellery. I mean, you have to admit that was a bad idea. I have to do no such thing. I let out a long sigh. Whatever you say. I'll let it go, but just because I'm such a good person. You're a thief. Thieves can be good people. You see, I'm so good that even though you're kind of a prick, I'm still going to help you recover the amulet. You may be swift of hand and sharp of tongue, but you don't seem like you're that great with people. What? I'm a ray of freaking sunshine that brightens people's day. Besides, you seemed to like me plenty when I was naked. Would that improve negotiations? I say, reaching for my belt. Law throws up his hands. No, stop that. Just eat. So, will you accept my help? I ask, before taking another bite. How is it you can say that like you're the magnanimous one here doing me a favour? Because I am. That amulet is in some really bad territory right now. I'd be risking my life to help you find it. But I'm willing to do it because I'm a good and honourable person. Why do you keep saying that like it's an impossibility? Because stealing is wrong, he offers, like it's an irrefutable point. So if a guy steals a loaf of bread to feed his starving family, he's evil? Well, I mean in that case no, but you stole an amulet. That I could sell for coin, which can be used for bread. Law narrowed his eyes at me. Listen, I say. We can debate the finer points of morality and maybe even discuss your tastes in erotic literature all day. But first, do we have a deal? Deal? Yeah, I help you find the amulet that you stole. From an irresponsible owner. I help you recover it, and then we can part ways as unlikely allies. And what's to stop me from just turning you over to the town guard and finding the amulet myself? If you could have found it by yourself, you'd have done it already, I say, grinning at him. From the way he flexes his jaw, I know I'm right. Fine, we have a deal, he says, extending his hand. Deal, I say, shaking his hand vigorously. He sighs. Give me back my bracelet. Oh, this thing, I say, holding up the chain made of gold, silver, and bronze links. Sorry, force of habit. I let him.
Chapter 8. Lore, I should just report her to the authorities. I have from her what information I need to start my search, but I can't deny she was right that I could use her help. She knows the area, and that'll be vital. But she's trouble, and I know it. She's infuriating and rude, and, let it not be forgotten, a thief. She steals, and now that I've caught her red-handed twice, she's not even pretending to be ashamed of it anymore. She's flaunting it like it's a virtue of some kind. She's far more interesting than any of the people I've been allowed to deal with. She's got more spirit and drive than anyone else I've known, man or woman, human or Minotaur. If I'm not careful, I might start feeling a begrudging respect for her. There's something to be said for being able to ply a skill well, and her nimble fingers are noteworthy. I can't help but wonder what they might be able to do in the context more in line with the penitent, but lusty Orcish maiden. I shake the thought away. I can't let a pretty face and feminine frame distract me from my mission, especially when the person attached to them is part of the reason. I'm in this mess despite her best efforts to obfuscate that through banter and humor. But I can sense, even under all her bluster and razor-tongue wit, a more profound sadness. She's funny, and I've yet to meet someone who's actually that quick-witted, who hasn't experienced some form of tragedy. Almost everything about her screams coping mechanism. She's got secrets, and while she's within her rights to have them, I can't have secrets putting this mission in jeopardy. I don't want a fault line in her personality to crumble at an inopportune moment, especially not if this area of Lowtown she described is half as dangerous as she makes it out to be. Before we can work together, I'm going to need to know a bit more about you. I need to be certain you won't stab me in the back at the first chance you get. I swear I will do no such thing. How do I know you didn't just make that up right here on the spot? I've never heard of it, I say. I'm guessing there's not some book where these rules are written. It would be pretty daft for thieves to be carrying around a book that loudly marks them as a thief. See, then how am I to know it's as honorable as you say? She tosses her head back and laughs. My lady, are you paranoid? You've already stolen from me. At least twice now that I know of, I say, making a show of putting my bracelet back on. So, I hope it's obvious why I may be a little more than hesitant to trust you or take you at your word. Again, you are a thief. She scoffs at me. Thieves are some of the most trustworthy people you'll meet. I scratch my horn as I tilt my head to the side, trying to make sense of the words coming out of her mouth. You know what a thief is after, she continues. Like you can trust that you can't trust me with your valuables. She winks at me in a way that causes my heart to skip a beat. Your logic is astounding, I say sarcastically. Seriously, how does an intelligent, beautiful, and resourceful woman such as yourself end up a common cutpurse? Oh, and you were doing so well with the flattery until you compared me to a common cutpurse. I'm an exceptional liberator and redistributor of... I stare at the ceiling for a moment, trying to collect myself. I can't decide whether I want to strangle her or do her. Maybe it'd be harder for her to talk with my shaft in her mouth. I try to push the thought away. It's just because she was reading that book. That's why my mind keeps going there, but I know it's a lie, even as I tell it to myself. Our first encounter was something ripped from those pages. It's bound to color my thoughts on her. Besides, she continues, I think you would have a far more interesting story. How does a Minotaur become a wizard? I thought all of you were so immune to magic that it didn't work for you. Does it have something to do with those funky tattoos of yours? No. Those arcane sigils would do nothing for a regular Minotaur. Those only enhance my natural abilities. I'm what Minotaur society refers to as an apostate. We are the rare few Minotaurs born without our race's natural immunity to magic. We can cast spells. In fact, not only can we use magic, but we tend to have an affinity for it. I clear my throat. It does make us vulnerable to it, so it's better if we study it than let it hit us blindsided. I was shipped off to learn magic at a young age. What causes it? She asks. I don't know. It's one of a million little mysteries of the world that might not have any good answer. Maybe the gods just like to mess with us on occasion for their amusement. Apostates are hated and ridiculed by the wider Minotaur society. While they haven't managed to strip us of the right guaranteed to all Minotaur, we're still treated like second-class citizens. Wait a second, she says, holding a finger as she finishes chewing. If apostates are so hated and downtrodden, how are you living in this fancy house with all this food and up to your neck in dirty books? All that costs a lot of coin. Why haven't they burned you at the stake or something? I can feel my anger rising. You think we should be burned at the stake? You're just like the rest of them. Any slight flame of lust that had been burning for her was thoroughly doused. When the hell did I say that? She threw up her hands. You're the one telling me that you're hated. But I'm looking at a man with a big house, lots of wealth, and a more than full belly. Something isn't sitting right here. They need me, I say. Since most Minotaur can't do magic, when magic is needed, they call on me. Oh, they don't like to do it publicly, but they still want it done. It's the only way I can make money. No one will hire me to do anything else. I might as well make my living doing it, right? So you're like a magical hussy? Excuse me? A lot of people want your services and are willing to pay for it, but also treat you like a pariah for providing it. And they resent you for doing something they want and need. I bet very few, even repeat, customers are willing to admit they call on you. I pause for a moment, mulling over what she said. It deadens my anger ever so slightly. An apt, if crude, analogy. Yes, they hate me the more they need me. It's a baneful existence. Lita barely swallows her mouthful of food before bursting out laughing. What's so funny? But she keeps laughing. Stop! I shout, my anger bubbling to the surface and my runes starting to glow. She flinches a little but can't suppress one final snort. The air around me crackles with energy looking for a release. But I take a deep breath and look at her. Sorry, it's just... Do you hear yourself? Oh no, poor me. I'm a special magic boy and went to a special school where I learned to do awesome magic. And now I get paid a lot of money to cast magic spells for rich assholes. Look around you, Lore. Look at where you are living. I look around the room, but I don't notice what she is expecting me to see. This one room is bigger than my entire living space. Not only do you have enough food, but you have time and money to have a shelf of books not related to your work. Unless this, she says, nodding her head towards the erotic novel at the end of her bed, is a different sort of magic. I know tons of people who would give up a limb to live like you do. Just because the bars might be made out of gold doesn't mean it isn't a cage. None of this, I gesture wildly, changes the fact that I am without friends and I only have a few allies I can count on. I have no mate, no family, nothing, and no one connecting me to the wider world. Oh, cry me a river, and then build a bridge so you can get over it. Your life ain't that bad. Your behavior here so far isn't exactly endearing. If you considered that you might just be an asshole, and that's why you're without friends, allies, and lovers, I think you use it as an excuse to not try to connect with people. She sets her plate aside and stands up. You got sent to a magic school? I never went to school. I had to rely on myself to learn to read. My parents didn't just not teach me. They didn't feed me or take care of me. That's why I became a thief. It was the only way I was going to survive. There it is, the hurt I suspected before. I open my mouth to say something, but she keeps going. You expect me to feel sorry for you. Have you ever gone hungry? Have you ever been so desperate that you had to steal to get shelter and clothing? Have you ever, once in your life, had to get your hands dirty to survive? Because I sure have, so I'm sorry if I, the dirty runaway who had to teach herself everything she needed to survive, can't exactly feel sorry for you. I clench my fists and snap. You at least seem to remember your parents. I was taken from my home before I could even form more than the vaguest memories about my parents. Oh yeah, remembering my parents' neglect is so much better than being taken away to learn magic, even if I had to live alone after. From where I'm sitting, yours sounds like a pretty good life. Her breath comes out hot and fast. She's angry. I am angry. My runes pulse to life again. I feel it like a red-hot wave passing through me, threatening to break the dam of my composure. I need to do something with it, or I am likely to actually hurt her. And as mad as she makes me, I don't actually want to do that. I snap my fingers, and the food, the tray, the dishes, and cutlery all disappear in a flash of light. I'm holding you to your word. You'll help me track down what you stole and then lost. I'll give you some time to prepare.
Chapter 9. Lita. Law stands up and storms out of the room. "Oh, go screw yourself," I call after him before flopping down face first onto the mattress and screaming into the pillow until I'm out of breath. I can't even understand why I'm acting like this. Sure, he's got things much better than I do materially, but I don't know why I am antagonizing him so much. I'm usually not like this. It was dumb and short-sighted, and I'm neither of those things. Everything is all stirred up now, and I don't know what to do. My skin itches and twitches with anxious energy. I need to move, to do something. I flop onto my back, trying to replay the conversation in my head and attempting to figure out where it all went wrong and why I kept pushing his buttons even after I knew it was just going to get worse. The way I acted was ridiculous, but why? Maybe it was because, while I did enjoy the food he'd made for me, he did interrupt the story just when it was getting to the really juicy parts. Perhaps I just needed to get off to clear my head. I didn't know how much time I had, but given how stirred up I've been since the party, it wouldn't have taken long. A few minutes with my nimble fingers should have done the trick. And he did say I have 5. I loosen the laces on my breeches and pick up the book. "Now, where was I?" I ask, thumbing through the pages. Ah yes, the titular orcish maiden was just about to offer her ass to the human bounty hunter, in an effort to maintain her increasingly flimsy virtue. I saw at least 4 more volumes on his bookshelf. I'm uncertain how she could still be a maiden after all that. Too bad I won't be sticking around long enough to find out. Maybe I'll just have to nick his copies for myself before our dealings are done. My hand slips into my pants just before I hear Law yell from downstairs. "Where are you?" I ignore him, or at least try to. If I can just focus on the story, I can get off and be downstairs soon, maybe. Then I feel the strangest sensation. My body tingles, but not in the way I was aiming for. It's something closer to my skin crawling, and then I feel a pressure start to form under me. My body lifts off of the bed. I drop the book to the mattress as I shriek. The door opens, and I'm expecting to see Law standing there, but instead, I just start floating down the empty hall toward the stairway. That bastard. I pull my hand from out of my pants and start quickly lacing them back up. I finish tucking my shirt in as the unseen force sets me on my feet in front of Law, who just glowers at me. "You're an impatient rat bastard, you know that," I tell him. "I said 5 minutes. "Yeah, and then you stormed out of the room like a petulant child and never gave me a chance to agree or disagree." His nostrils flare. "You are the reason we are in this mess." I still maintain that wearing such an important thing to a bondage party. "Enough. Let's go, Cutpurse." He turns and starts walking away. "No," I say. When Lot turns around, I think he might actually strike me, or attempt to, at least. "No?" he asks. "Not until you take that back." "Take what back?" "Calling me a cutpurse." "It's just another word for thief." "Not the way you say it. You say it like it's an insult." "What should I call you then?" He huffs. I purse my lips, thinking of all the teasing I could do, but I decide against it. Instead, I just say, "Call me Lita." He looks a little shocked. Well, I'm Law. Offering him a smirk, I snip. I know. He opens his mouth to ask me a question, but I cut him off. The guards called you that back at the party. His eyes darken at the mention of the guards, and any calmness evaporates. Okay then, Lita. Move, he says, his voice bristling. The reasonable part of my brain says I should just get moving. The sooner we find his necklace, the sooner I can be rid of him. But he makes me feel unreasonable. No. It's my turn to be petulant. We are going if I have to drag you. You'd have to catch me first, I say. I turn, and I'm going to bolt for the kitchen and see if the other door there is a back door I could escape through, but I haven't even taken another step when that tingling, creepy, crawly feeling comes over me again, and I can't move. And once more, there's that pressure, this time under my feet, as it lifts me just enough off the ground that I can turn back to face him without my feet dragging on the floor. What the hell? I say, my mouth the only part of my body I seem to be able to move. I wove a few other elements into the spell I cast to track you down. I was hoping I wouldn't have to use it, but you keep trying my patience, cut purse. With a thought, I can take control of your body. My heart starts racing. I don't like this feeling of being immobile. I especially don't like the idea that he can just do this to me at any time. For the briefest moment, a thought flashes in my head of uses for magic that could be a bit more fun if I was into that sort of thing. I would have shaken that thought away if I could move my head at all. So I do my best to twist the depraved thought into a weapon I can use against him. Oh, is this how you plan to handle your lack of a mate then? Hold me like this? His eyes go wide, and I feel whatever hold he has on me slip just a little. He takes a step back, but when I try to move, the feeling comes back, and I'm stuck again. So at least I've learned he has to concentrate to hold me still. Goddess, no, I would never do such a thing, he says. And I'm to believe that because you have my word that I won't. Where is it written that a wizard's word is worth more than a thief's? How do I know you won't be doing that to me next time I go to sleep, pulling my strings like I'm your little puppet? I swear on my life I'd never do that. Then release the spell, I say. How do I know you won't go running away? I give my word. He glares at me. You are wasting valuable time with these word games, he says through clenched teeth. Then he relaxes a little, a much more gentlemanly calm about him. Know that I won't touch a single hair on your pretty little head. Then his voice shifted from earnest to stubborn. But I'm not unravelling the spell until our deal is done. I can tell he isn't going to undo his spell, yet. But I know I got under his skin. That will have to do for now. With how vehemently he renounced using his power to take advantage of me, I'm sure he feels the need to prove his intentions. It might make him hesitant to use such a spell again. It might not. But it's a start. Fine, let's go, I say, and my skin stops crawling. We start walking towards Lowtown. I see the looks some of the other Minotaurs give him. I can see hate and fear in their eyes. He really is an outcast. It's almost enough to make me feel bad for him, but only almost. As we draw closer and closer to Tin Pan Alley, I feel my senses key up, ready to spot any oncoming danger. My muscles are wound tight, ready for action, but I'd rather not have to if I don't need to. I pause and turn to him. You need to know that if we go much further, we will be in Astronix territory. Like I said, even the town guard refuses to patrol those streets. He owns that section of the city. There's a decent chance we'll end up with a knife in our ribs as we choke to death in a pool of our own blood. He regards me suspiciously. Are you scared? He asks in a mocking tone, but I don't take the bait. Yes, because I'm not daft. Channel that into being on your toes. Let's go, or do I have to make you? You can either act as my guide, or I can float you in front of me like a human shield. Those are your options. Well, so much for making him hesitate to use his spell. I'm not saying that it's my preferred outcome, but if I'm going to be going into a dangerous situation with this hanging over my head, I need to know. What happens to your spell if you die? He looks taken aback by the question. It unravels, he says coolly. Okay, well, if you end up with your throat slit by one of Astranik's goons, don't expect me to rush in to try to save you. What happened to honor among thieves? Are you a thief? You gave your word. Yes, to help you find the necklace, but that doesn't extend to getting shanked because you're too stupid to know when to quit. Let's go. I keep walking, doing my best to watch out for danger. While I might be free of this accursed spell if Law got stabbed, I don't actually want him to die. I wouldn't want his death on my conscience. I've managed to live this long with very few deaths on my hands. Then I see the graffiti that marks Astranik's territory appear on a building to the left. That didn't used to be there. He must have expanded. I stop and turn to Law. We have a... I see it just in time. I leap for Law, pushing him out of the way before a crossbow bolt lands in the dirt a few yards behind him. If he'd still been there, it would have landed right between his eyes, killing him instantly, freeing me of his spell. I didn't even think about it. I just did it. But that's far from the end of it. I can see them coming, sliding out of the shadows. There's probably a dozen of them. Most are human, but there are a few horned ones in the mix, though it's hard to keep count as they move around us. I roll off Law and get to my feet, daggers out. Hey, pretty, one of the thugs near me taunts. A quick slash of my dagger means he won't be doing much with pretty girls anymore. It's like blood in the water. I spare a second to look at Law. He's summoned some sort of shimmering barrier that forms a semicircle in front of him. He laughs as one of the attackers slams into it at full tilt, arcane energy arcing over his body. The shield is an interesting spell, but limited. It leaves him open to being flanked, but I can't exactly get to him with the thugs surrounding me. Law, watch out, I say, but it's too late. I watch helplessly as a thug sneaks up behind him and clubs him over the head. The sound is sickening, and I wonder if he might just be dead. But I don't have time to worry about that right now. The handful of goons trying to kill me are a much more immediate concern.
Chapter 10. Lore. Screaming is the first thing I hear when my consciousness returns to me. That, along with the sounds of metal knives clashing, flesh is torn through, blood splatters against the wall, and amidst all the chaos, there's only one thing on my mind. Lita. I leap to my feet instinctively. One of the thugs tries to grab me by the neck, but I'm quick to strangle him with my magic. While I pin him down, I slip out a small dagger from my holster and finish off another thug, who nearly slashes me across the abdomen. He's small and agile, but it doesn't take much work to take him by the head and rip my dagger across his throat. He flops to the ground abruptly, and I kick his body out of my way. In my peripheral vision, I see Lita handling two thugs with relative ease. She knees one of them in the face, knocking out most of his front teeth. Then she sinks her knife into the other's chest until she manages to collapse his chest. He's a pile of mush and organs by the time she's done with him. When everything is said and done, she and I are standing in the middle of a pile of corpses. Bugs swarm around their corpses and the smell is nauseating. Their organs spill out across the ground, and I'm careful not to step on someone's liver or part of their intestine. You need to be more careful back there, you know? Lita says, wrinkling her nose as she sheathes her weapon. I tried to warn you about this place. Yeah, I'm sorry that I didn't listen to you the first time. I rest my hands on my hips, observing our surroundings. My magic makes me feel a bit arrogant. That's one of my weaknesses. In the heat of the moment, I think I'm invincible simply because I have the gift of magic on my side. I hurl spells at my opponents and destroy their bodies without thinking, but I often don't consider the situations where I'm clearly overpowered, even though I'm combat trained as well. I tend to forget it. I'm grateful for Lita's presence. She's the reason why those thugs didn't gut me in this alleyway just now. She's able to handle herself well. When I look at her, I send her a small smile, but I notice that she doesn't even want to look at me. Instead, she's frowning. She's cleaning the blood off her hands with a rag, and her eyes are fixed upon the ground. She glances at me, but it doesn't last very long. Her cheeks are a faint shade of red. "Hey," I say. I take a careful step towards her. "Thank you for saving me." Lita scoffs, shaking her head. Her eyebrows shoot upwards with that comment. "I wouldn't say all that." "You absolutely did. I got knocked out during the fight, and they could have killed me. But you didn't let that happen." "We just got lucky." Lita's tongue trails across her teeth. She exhales loudly. I should be the one apologizing. "Huh? I'm sorry for mocking you earlier and making light of your experiences." Lita twiddles her thumbs as she says this. Her eyes meet mine, and I see that they're full of remorse. I should have known better. I mean, I haven't lived an easy life and I know what it's like, so I should have shown you more sympathy. "It's all right. You just made up for it," I reply, gesturing to the gory bodies around us. "Don't even worry about it." I mean, Lita scratches the back of her neck, wincing slightly. "I'm sorry. I'm going to keep telling you this. It must have been terrible to not even know who your parents were. That's what all children should know at the very least. I remember some details about them." "Really?" "Sure. I know that they were simple farmers and that we lived a very calm life. I don't hold anything against them. I don't know why things had to turn out how they did, but it all worked out. I'm fine." "Your parents owned a farm." Lita smiles slightly. "What was that like? Were you around a lot of animals?" "Probably. I remember my dad used to take care of his favorite equus every morning by combing through their manes and giving them the best food. I think he liked those things more than he liked me." "Don't say that. I bet that's not even true. My mother was the kinder one of the two, I think. She used to tuck me in every night and sneak me extra portions of food whenever we could afford it. Sometimes she would even go out in the early morning and milk the capra so I could enjoy a fresh glass with my meal." "What a woman." "I know, right?" My eyes drift away from her as I dig into my memories. It was an easy-going life. It suited them well. "Have you ever thought of looking for them?" "No." I shake my head. "Absolutely not. I couldn't even if I wanted to." "Why not? Don't you think they would appreciate it?" "It doesn't matter," I retort. "Apostates can't do things like that. I would put myself and them in danger if I tried." "You don't know that. I bet they would love to see you, and hug you and tell you how proud of you they are." "What?" I laugh. I can hardly believe what she's saying. It's ludicrous. They probably don't want to see me, and I don't blame them. I haven't made the best choices, and that doesn't matter. I know if my long-lost son came back to see me after many years, I would be bursting at the seams with excitement." "Things are clearly different for you," I say. Lita rolls her eyes. "I don't know. I think we're more similar than what you're letting on. Any parent would be proud to have you as a son, and I'm not just saying that to be nice, I mean it." I freeze up and stare at her. She crosses her arms across her chest and raises a brow. "What? You're looking at me as if I have a third eye blinking on my forehead. Don't tell me I'm turning into one of the capras you used to own." "No, it's just—" I frown. No one has ever told me that. "Are you serious? Do you mean that?" "Of course I do. I have no reason to lie about this." Lita shifts the weight between her two legs. "I know that I haven't known you for a very long time, but I feel that you're one of the good ones. And that's good. You shouldn't be ashamed of that or think that makes you weak. You're special. To be honest, I'm quite speechless. My words trail off even though they're resting on the tip of my tongue. I want to thank her continuously for her kindness. but I stop short of that. I don't even know what to say. Thank you. Lita shrugs. I'm just being honest. I have spent a lot of time around thugs, thieves, the worst of society, you know? I haven't met a lot of people who are genuine and pure with their intentions. But you... She gestures towards me. You're different. You're serious about saving this kid. I mean, you chased me through town and nearly killed me because I stole that amulet. I had no intentions to kill you. Yeah, but I wouldn't have blamed you if you did. But that's besides the point. You're trying your best to help this kid, and I respect you a lot for that. Again, she's turning away from me as she twists her hands. She stares at the rotting corpse at her feet instead of me. You're good. It means a lot to hear you say that, but I don't see myself as good. Then you're an idiot. My eyes widen. Because you shouldn't be putting yourself down like that, she says. I guess there are some things you can improve about yourself, but you can say that about literally anyone. Oh, yeah? Like what? For one, you're incredibly stuffy. Your manners are as good as a bog troll's. But I'm going to let it slide because you don't spend too much time around other people. Underneath everything, I can tell that you have a heart of gold. You're willing to move mountains to help this kid, and it's refreshing to see. I don't think many people would do that for someone else. Most are too worried about their own survival to stop and consider someone else. Lita rubs her eyes. I don't even realize that they're getting wet. Look, she says, sniffling. I think your parents would be more proud of you than mine are of me. Just saying. Why would you? Oh, come on! Lita's arms drop to her sides loudly. Look at me. I'm a thief. I just endangered this kid's life because I stole the amulet from you. Who knows who else's life I messed up by stealing from them? The worst part about it all is that I barely think about the consequences of my actions. I steal because I like doing it. You're being too hard on yourself. You've been on your own for so long, and it's a rough world for humans like you. Yeah, Lita nods. That doesn't make it right, though. My heart seizes up. She taps her fingers in her inner eyes, quickly wiping away the tears before they pour down her face. Her breathing is deep and loud now. She's running her hand across her face, covering her mouth. What should I do? Do I hug her? Do I tell her that everything is going to be all right? That she isn't a monster? It seems that she's already convinced herself that she is. So what can I do to change that? After all, I'm just a Minotaur who is keeping her captive until I find the amulet. She probably doesn't care too much about me, but I'm starting to care more about her than I'd like to admit. I don't like seeing her like this. It tears at my insides, and I don't know how to fix it, which makes me feel useless. She's crying, but she's doing her best to stay strong and hold it in. It's okay. I want to tell her, but it doesn't come out. We all have our moments where we need to let it all out. I know I do. I'm too much of a coward to say it to her directly, so I keep it in the confines of my mind instead. I can't use my words right now, so instead, I hold out my hand and cast a small spell. Within seconds, there's a small pink flower emerging from my palm. A soothing smell exudes from its petals. I like the way it looks, so I start creating more until I'm holding a small bouquet of them within my fist. I make my way towards her, and I show her the flowers. She sniffles and looks at them with one eye while she cleans the other with her hand. What's that? It's for you. Are you serious? Lita takes them from me and immediately sniffs them. Well, thank you. It looks like she wants to say more, her lips parting briefly before she presses them back together. I smile. You deserve it, I say. And I mean it. She deserves much more than this, actually.
Chapter 11. Lita. Come on. We should get going if we want to find my amulet. I stare at the flowers in my hand with complete awe. Flowers. He wants to cheer me up, so he decides to create flowers out of thin air in order to bring a smile to my face. I don't regret anything I just said to him. He's a kind person, and he continues to prove it to me with his little actions, like this. It just took a minute for me to see it. Maybe he's just not good with his words. My perspective on life is this. Most people do not care about you, and they never will. They have no reason to, unless they're your immediate family. Even then, they don't have to come to your rescue, even if they're your mum, dad, or sibling. It's a free-for-all, and we're all just trying to make it to the finish line. I remember having to spend most of my teenage years fighting off disgusting men and scheming crooks to see another day. Stealing is a way of life for me. It's what I do to survive. For that reason, most people see me as scum. I'm taking other people's belongings and calling them my own. I don't work too hard for what I have, but they do. Their blood and sweat become my spoils. Most people spit at my feet when they see me. They throw the worst insults my way. Their eyes are full of venom. I'm pretty sure I know more people than I have fingers who would do anything to see me rotting 6 feet underground right now. I'm not used to kindness. That's why Law's actions resonate with me. I hold his flowers and bring them to my nose whenever he's not looking. I play it off and try to act as if I don't care about them, but they mean the world to me. I'm already thinking about where I'm going to place the flowers when I'm back in my hideout. Maybe beside my bed so that I can look at them every morning when I wake up. I hope they're enchanted so they never die. He cares about me. I can't believe it. Do I deserve this? Probably not. No, not after what I did. He's still being nice to most people who are nice to me expect me to do some favours for them later on, whether it's stealing a particularly valuable piece of jewellery or performing some heinous, dirty act whenever they feel like it. Law doesn't seem like the type to do that to me, though. I've all but offered and he hasn't taken the bait. He's different, and I'm still trying to get used to the feeling of being around. Even though I want to convince myself that he's going to betray me sooner or later, it's not working. I want to spend more time with him. I want him to like me. I want to stick by his side far beyond our current mission. For that reason, I find myself drifting closer to him while we walk. I bump into his shoulders often, and I search for any excuse to brush my hands against his. I hope he doesn't think I'm acting too weird. I want to make him feel as good as he made me feel when he handed me those flowers. When we find this amulet, will he still care about me? There's a chance that and maybe I shouldn't think that he already cares for me after one night, but I've never had anything so explosive with anyone. Yes, we were screaming at each other earlier, and now he's giving me flowers. But if I am going to be around someone, I want it to be passionate, even if it's name-calling and teasing. I don't want to worry about that right now, the question of if he can come to care for me already. I want to bask in the feeling that he does. We're walking down a dingy little alleyway, and I can't stop staring at him when he's not noticing. He nearly catches me a few times, but I stare ahead with a stone face and pretend as if he's not even there. If only he could hear my thoughts. My ears burn slightly at the thought. Are you feeling better now? Law asks, sending me a glance. There's a small part of me that doesn't even want to find this amulet anymore. That means we'll have to part ways much sooner than anticipated, and I'm not sure I want that to happen. Should I sabotage this? No, I can't. Not when he's shown me nothing but kindness despite our relationship starting off on the wrong foot. We should talk to that guy over there, I say, nudging him with my arm. He might know something. Him? Law gestures towards the hooded man leaning at the entrance of an alleyway. He's playing with a dagger, performing cool tricks with the blade while keeping to himself under the dim light. It's worth a shot. He could have seen something. I'm wrong. He hurls a few insults our way and tells us to get lost before disappearing down the alleyway, but at least we tried. That's what matters. This cycle continues. We make our way through the area, asking any sketchy figure lingering around whether they have seen an amulet in the streets. Most of them send us a quick no and head on their way. Others make sure to let us know that we're bugging the hell out of them by coming up and asking a simple question. They don't try to fight Law, since he's huge, and I'm sure he could pummel them into the ground if he wanted to, despite his earlier blunder, but they carry a lot of malice in their eyes. I'm used to these types. I don't care if they mistreat me, but when they start talking to Law with that same poison, I start getting agitated. He doesn't deserve it. He has a heart of gold. For that reason, Law has to pull me away a few times before I start a fight. Don't let them get to you, he whispers, pulling me close and whispering in my ear. He doesn't realise it, but his action sends goosebumps down my spine. They're doing their best to try and get into your head. Don't let them. You're right, I agree, patting him on the arm. Thank you. Again, my fingers trail across his skin. Again, I feel as if there's electricity coursing through my veins. I have to pull away, force myself to keep going before I get lost in it. I already told you that I don't know anything about a dumb, freaking amulet. Another man yells in my face. Law steps between us before it gets too crazy. I wipe the spit off my cheek and then wipe my hand against my clothing. He smells like sewage. We get it. That's all we wanted to know. Law shoves him into the wall, which rattles the man. Get out of here. You're a real piece of I said go. Law uses his magic to hold him up by the neck, but it only lasts for a few seconds before the man drops back down. He places 2 hands on his throat and scrambles away, sending Law a horrified look as he runs. I laugh. A lot of these guys like to talk, but when they see that you're serious, they're the first to run with their tails between their legs. Yeah, I figured, Law remarks, staring down the man who is tripping over himself trying to get out of the alleyway. Let's keep going. I want to find something before the sun comes up. Wait! I tug onto his hand, pulling him back. Don't you think we should take a break for the night? We've spent hours trying to find someone with information. Are you giving up? No, that's not what I said at all. I'm suggesting that we take a well-deserved break. What do you have in mind? I don't know, I admit, shrugging my shoulders. Would you like to get something to eat? I'm starving. I have food back at my tower. We can eat there. Sounds good. Law and I make the long walk back to his place. I keep brushing my hands and arm against his. Whenever I can, I initiate some subtle touching. Sometimes he leans into it. Other times he moves away. He's on high alert, considering we're still voyaging through the worst parts of town. I start small talk with him when I can. I see him in a new light now. All of my preconceived judgments about him and his kind ebb away. I ache to see him succeed, and I'm going to help him in any way I can. But hell, it's going to hurt when I have to part ways with him. Does it have to be this way? Do I have to leave him once we find this amulet? Most likely. What use will I be to him? In all honesty, I'll only bring him more problems in the end. A lot of people want to see me dead, and if they know that he's sheltering me, he's going to have targets on his head. My heart breaks at the idea of someone hurting him because of him. I know that he's strong and capable of defending himself, but he's vulnerable too. Someone can catch him off guard with a quick hit to the head and easily stick a knife into his side. And that's it. Game over. He's dead. I shudder just thinking about that. I don't want him to get hurt. I would never be able to live with myself if I let that happen. Hey. I stop in front of a building that I recognise. Law perks a brow and turns around. He gazes at the building. From where we stand, I can hear boisterous laughter and music coming from inside. I can also smell that delicious scent of alcohol. After a long, hard night at work, I'm craving a little sip of my favourites. Why don't we stop at this tavern for a little bit? What? Law backs away. I can't go in there. It's not allowed. Who says? Not this again. He sighs, rubbing his hand over his eyes. Lita, we're going to get in trouble if we go in there. I'm trying to prevent issues. We won't cause any issues. We'll keep things low-key, I promise. I just want to have a little fun. Think about it. What if we spend some time together dicing and dancing? Doesn't that sound fun? We're going to draw attention to ourselves. No, we won't. I won't pick any fights, I promise. I hold a hand over my heart. Strike me down and kill me if I do. I'm not going to do any of that, and I'm not going into this place, Law says, nodding towards the tavern. It's not for beings like me. Now you're just speaking nonsense, I mumble, digging my heel into the gravel beneath us. Taverns are for everyone who's trying to let loose and have a little fun, which is exactly what I'm trying to do. That's great, but I think we should go back to my tower, get something to eat, and calm down for the rest of the night. We have to keep searching for the amulet. I don't want us to get sidetracked. We're not going to get sidetracked, I insist. I feel like dropping down onto one knee and begging him to hear me out. Just give it a shot, will you? Give yourself one night to have some fun. You're not going to regret it. I don't think I'll like this, Lita. You haven't tried this yet. Have you ever entered a tavern like this? No, because I have no desire or need to. They're fun. Give me 10 minutes to prove you wrong. You're going to have a great time. Law continues to stare at the tavern with his upper lip curled. I press my lips into a tight line as I anticipate his answer. Please say yes, I think desperately to myself. Give me the...
Orcs. Gargoyles. Vampires. Ice monsters. Demons of the dark. These beasts seek war, destruction, and power. And there's only one thing that can tame them.
Love.
This is your chance to get the uncut and unabridged audiobook bundle.
No detail is spared.
Use discount code YouTube30 for an additional 30% off of the already discounted price.
Go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Get access to countless audiobooks and discounted bundles where I talk you through every last scene.
Protheka's magic is eternal. Audio bundles will make it immersive.
Chapter 12. Lore. Maybe being up in my tower has made me a bit of a snob, but when Lita asks to go into that rundown shack that she dares to call a tavern, my lip automatically curls up. Admittedly, I've always wanted to see the world, but I've only thought of the best places. I'm not poor, I could afford it. That's one of the reasons we've been walking back to my tower. That, and I'm very low on magic still. I usually don't subject myself to going through the crowds, having everyone stare at me, but with Lita at my side, I wanted to see more of Corona. I just wasn't envisioning places like this. But this place has true character. Even though I'm not used to being around those that are dingy and dirty, and I've never had the desire to, I know that this kind of experience is once in a lifetime. I'm just not sure if that's a good thing, and I'm an apostate. While it's not outwardly noticeable, I feel that everyone can see it. Even if I keep my magic stifled in public, I don't want to be found out. And I know that among the lower class, they'll hate me more for not having to work like everyone else. It's like leaving a thistle for a wurg. I don't think it's a good idea, I finally confess. And the way Lita's eyebrows pinch together makes my heart throb. Please? She asks again, her green eyes swirling. She didn't strike me as a beggar, but here she is, pleading with me. The edges of my lips curl up. What do I get out of it? Her eyes narrow, and when her tongue darts out to wet her lips, my knees go weak. What do you want? I can't help the way my gaze traces down her skin, and though the blood rushes down between my legs, I don't admit what I truly want. Instead, I tell her, it'll have to be a blank card for later. Lita turns, her body angled toward me as she slinks closer. That's a dangerous thing to hold, she murmurs, her hand gliding down my arm. But I just might give it to you, if you come in here with me. Fire sparks through my veins as her fingers slide through my fur. I hate that my body reacts to her like this, or at least that's what I tell myself. But there is no denying how much I want it as I lean into her, my arm wrapping around her waist without thinking. Lita blinks up at me from under her thick eyelashes. Just ask me, she whispers so quietly that I almost don't hear it. She doesn't seem to think I did as she licks her lips, raising her voice just a little. What do you say? Lady above, I want to make this a night she won't forget, and not because I followed her into a bar. But instead of saying any of that, I just nod, and that brilliant grin stretches across her smile. You're going to have a good time, I promise. You're just going to have to loosen up a little. There are some things I want to loosen, I think, as she takes my hand and pulls me toward the tavern. Her hips sway as she walks, and my eyes are caught on them as she pushes open the door, and my senses are assaulted. The whole building reeks of sweat, beer, and vomit. I doubt it's ever cleaned, but Lita doesn't seem to notice as she pulls me to a dimly lit back corner, a handful of tables pressed against the back wall. Is that... It can't be... Light fingers! It's me, boys! Lita chuckles, dropping my hand to raise both arms up with a flourish. The men scramble up, questions bombarding her as they embrace her, and it's not lost on me how their hands linger along their form. It shouldn't spark the rage in me, it does, and I step back into the shadows to watch as I compose myself. I heard you'd been captured. Bonehead saw you being carried off. Was it magic? There's rumors they sent one of those freaks after you. He chuckles, and I grit my teeth. Even to the human, I'm a freak. I guess they needed an edge against a great foe like yourself. Lita shakes her head as she skirts around the groups, going toward the now empty table. I didn't know you had all become a bunch of gossips in my absence. She reaches into her pocket, pulling out a bracelet I recognize. She wore it at the party. She slams it on the table with a mischievous grin. I'm here to play. I watch, never having seen this game before, and right off the bat, I know Lita's cheating. There's something about the way she's shifting her fingers that tells me something's off, and she keeps leaning over, nudging the guys as she jokes with them and distracts them. It's no wonder she has a small pile of treasure only a few rounds in. I shouldn't admire it the way I do, but I grin, wanting to laugh at how good she is. She is a legend, and rightfully so. I don't even think these guys will be mad to be robbed by this woman. I know I don't. Who's the horns? One of the guys mutters to her, and though his voice is low, it's still loud enough for me to hear. I think even a human could hear him, and it's probably because of the rate he's downing ale that he doesn't realize his volume. Lita tosses the dice, her eyes not even following them as she turns to look at the man who asked. Her gaze goes over her shoulder, meeting mine, and I swear her eyes soften, tearing at my defenses. He's a friend, she says simply, and I wanted to show him a good time. The male's snide remark is cut off as the dealer announces that Lita won again. She scoops her winnings up, winking at the men around the table. One more round, gentlemen, she shouts over the starting sounds of music coming from the opposite end of the tavern. You're gonna rob me one way or the other tonight? The one next to her shouts, his hand trailing down her back. I might as well give it up to you. Lita grins and my stomach twists at the sight of her bright smile, shining even in the dark corner of this dingy dive in the bowels of Corona. How is she so beautiful here when no one else has ever shone like this? Not even dressed in fine jewels and beneath the most expensive chandeliers. She wins, truly taking all that it's on the table, and she leans forward, whispering something to the dealer. His eyes flick down as he grins, and even from here, I can see his cheeks reddening. Why does that enrage me so? Especially as she touches his cheek tenderly. I unconsciously take a step forward, and it takes all my willpower not to charge forward and rip her away from him. But then he gathers up her loot, nodding as he tucks it away, and she winks at him before hopping down from her seat and rushing toward me. My heart leaps as she grabs my hand, pulling at me. I blink as she's jerked to a stop, unable to even nudge me. Still, she pulls on me, and it's hard to make out her words over the swelling music. Come on! Where? My eyes dart around as I take in the swarming crowds, and I start to tense up. I've so rarely been out that I can't even process what's going on until I notice that Lita is laughing. To dance! For a second, I nearly tell her no, but then I remember what she said. You're going to have a good time, I promise. You're just going to have to loosen up a little. So I nod and let her pull me to the opposite side of the building where everyone has gathered. I try to swallow back my nerves as we slip between Minotaur and people alike, and once we are close to the center of the crowd, Lita spins to face me. It's like she knows that I'm not sure what to do because she pulls my hands closer, guiding them to her hips. There's space between us, though it's very little, and she starts up a rhythm, helping me feel how she moves with her hands. A war battles inside of me. I'm already a freak. Do I want to look like a fool too? But looking at the way Lita tips her head back and bellows out the lyrics, her face alight with excitement, I give in. I want to know what it is to dance the night away with a beautiful girl in my arms. Her eyes light up as I start to move with her, and I try to shove away all my thoughts, letting my body take the lead. I spin her around, pressing her up against my form, and she doesn't stumble in our dance. She moves against me, our bodies melding into one under the flashing lights. Lita leans her head back, teasing me as she pokes at my face. I realize that I am smiling, enjoying myself despite how awkward I initially felt. It's hard not to have fun around someone like Lita, though. She brings the joy out in life, and with her in my arms, her body pressed to mine, I can't find anything in this world to bring me down. Except maybe the fear that bubbles up in me as I realize how much I like her. It's a crazy thing to fall for a thief, and I know that once we find this amulet, she'll be on her way. There's no way that she will choose me, and I will once again be left alone. The sudden shift in tempo brings me out of my thoughts, and I shove away the lingering sadness. I can't stop her from leaving, but I can enjoy the time I do have with her. Lita spins around as the song slows down, and some of the crowd thins as those without a dance partner flock to the bar. She glides her hands up my chest, unable to quite reach my neck, but I like the way she rests her palms on my collarbone. My hands tighten on her hips, and I pull her closer to me as we sway, losing myself in her green eyes. I find myself leaning into her, wanting to hold her closer, and I inhale her scent, letting everything about her consume my senses. She's all I see, all I feel, and I swear she's like my own personal drug as our foreheads brush, my body bent over hers. Oh, Lady of Light, I am going to fall in love with her. And right now I can't think of why that would be wrong. Lita presses up on her toes as the song starts to fade out, and with the space quickly disappearing between us, I lean into her suggestion. I've been dying to kiss her since the night we met, and when our lips meet again, the electricity that shoots through me feels as if it has multiplied. My whole body is on fire as I press her tighter against my form, and when we are jostled by the grinding bodies as the crowd thickens, I lean down to whisper in her ear before I give myself enough time to think this decision through. It might lead to all the wrong places, but tonight, I don't care. I know exactly what I want, and I'm letting go, just like she told me to. Lita, I breathe into her ear, hoping she can hear.
Chapter 13, Lita. Law's husky voice sends chills down my spine, and I have to squeeze my knees together as I process what he said. My mouth goes dry, and my core throbs with the same need. And instead of responding, I grab one of his hands, which are still on my hips, and work us out of the crowd. I let my feet fly without thought. I know that we aren't going to make it to his tower if I have it my way. My panties are already soaked through from feeling his hard form up behind me, and his fingers keep grazing my sides like he might take me right here in the tavern. I burst out the front door, reminding myself to come back for my winnings later. A grin finds me as I think of all the gems Law has me hiding across the city. He spins me around, capturing my mouth in another punishing kiss, and I sigh, parting my lips for him as his tongue finds mine. One of his hands presses into my low back, bending me against him, and the other grasps at my ass. He groans, and I can feel his thick hardness pressing into my stomach. Goddess above, I want him in me now. Without letting myself think too much, I break away, my eyes darting around. The streets are fairly busy, as are the taverns and shops along the street. But then my eyes land on an empty and dark alley, and I know I don't care where it is as long as he will take me. I dart in between the buildings, and as soon as we disappear from view, Law catches me around the waist and slams me into the wall. He swallows my gasp with a kiss, forcing me—
Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for YouTube.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by YouTube's guidelines.
To get the full unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the worlds of Protheka are waiting for you.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable. Chapter 14. Lita. Sunlight cascades through the window, waking me up before Law. I glance around the room and the gravity of the situation doesn't hit me just yet. But when it does, it sends me reeling. I grasp the bedsheets and cover my body as best as I can. He groans in his sleep and his arm tries to wrap itself around me, but I scurry out of the way before it happens. Quickly I find my tunic and bra scattered across the bedroom floor and groan. Crap. My pants are still in the alley. I rummage around until I find a pair of his smallest pants and start dressing myself. I don't even look at him as I do this. Why? Why am I such an idiot? Things like this shouldn't affect me this badly. At the end of the day, it's just a primal act. A transaction between two people for the sake of pleasure. That's how I see it. Last night was so much more than that, though. Passion, love, and lust intermingled between us, and we created something beautiful. As I think about it now, it sends chills down my spine. I know I will never experience something like that again with anyone else, so I'm basking in the feeling now. I'm tucking this away neatly in my memories. Now that I'm fully dressed, I sit on the edge of his bed and stare at him. Even when he's sleeping, he still manages to look so beautiful. I don't get it. I shouldn't feel like this about him, but it's just about impossible when he's shown me nothing but love, kindness, and longing. Love. That word repeats in my mind. Can I really describe what I'm feeling as love? There's a chance this is all infatuation and nothing more. He's a loner, and he's probably never done this with anyone else. Maybe that's why he's so eager to keep me close. He's only using me for the moment, but it's only a matter of time before he shoves me away. That's what they all do in the end. I know this because I've seen it happen. Sooner or later, he's going to betray me. My heart tries to fight against this thought. It's gnawing and thrashing, doing its best to convince my head not to think this way. But it's no use. It's going to happen to me. I'm not going to let him hurt me. I'm going to nip this in the bud before it gets any worse. It's not an easy decision, but it must be done. Why does my heart feel as if it's getting shredded to pieces the more I stare at him then? Everything will end. The kisses, the light touches, the tantalizing lovemaking that leaves me gasping for breath. I close my eyes and shake my head. Images of last night emerge behind my eyes. They're going to haunt me for a long time. They're going to come back and bite me on the lonely nights when I can't think of anything else but him. Why did I do this to myself? I mumble, running my hand across my face. I just made things 1,000 times more difficult. I can't trust him. He's just like the rest. I'm engraving this into my mind because it's the right thing to do. It's the truth. What use am I to him after we find his amulet? Honestly, I'm nothing but a good time for him. I satisfy him and I make him forget his troubles, if only for a night. Then there's going to come a day where he stops looking at me with those soft, longing gazes, and he's going to toss me back into the streets where I belong. And it's what I'll deserve for being such an idiot. Even though I fight against the feeling, I stare at him while he sleeps. His chest falls gently. He's still deep in his slumber. I want to crawl over his body, cradle his head against my chest, and run my fingers against his face. I want to leave a delicate trail of kisses down his forehead and across his chin until he wakes up and sends me a smile that makes me weak in the knees. I grimace. What am I doing? What am I thinking? This isn't right. I'm going to drive myself insane if I keep fantasizing on what can never be. After what feels like ages, he starts to stir. He stretches his arms out and twists his upper body in a way that cracks his joints. A small, relieved sigh falls from his lips as his eyes flutter open. The sunlight spearing through the open window kisses his skin so nicely. The early morning sun makes him appear radiate. There's a faint glimmer in his eyes and an ever-present smile that lingers on his lips. I wonder if he's still thinking about last night like I am. Then again, I remind myself that I shouldn't care about that. I forget to look away, so he catches me staring. He smiles wide, sitting up straight in bed and reaching out to caress my chin in his hand. I tolerate the action, but I don't look him in the eyes. "Good morning," he says. I mumble a soft greeting in response. When he leans in to place a kiss on my lips, I get up from the bed. I clear my throat and brush out the wrinkles in my clothing. His eyebrows furrow together and he glances at my outfit. "You're already dressed?" "Of course I am," I say, gesturing towards the window. "It's already morning." "I thought you'd want to relax in bed for a little bit." "No, that's not happening. You should get up soon. We have a long day ahead of us." "What?" Law scrunches up his face in confusion. "Hold on." He looks at my pants and snaps his fingers. A new pair appears in my hands that will fit me much better. "What's the rush?" "What's the rush?" I repeat, barking out a quick laugh. "What kind of question is that? Someone's life is in danger. We can't stand around with our arms crossed for much longer." Wait. Law reaches out, grabbing one of my hands. "Come here." "No. Please." He sounds more desperate now. His grip around my wrist tightens and he lightly tugs me towards the edge of the bed. "Look at me." I swallow hard. I'm fighting the urge to straddle him, which is exactly what he wants. I stand my ground and stare at him with a stone-faced expression. "What's going on with you?" Law whispers. His fingers dance across my skin. "Are you feeling all right? Do you want me to get you anything?" "I'm all right." I pull my hand away from him. "I just want to get to work. We shouldn't waste any more time." "We're not wasting time. We're spending the morning together. I thought this is what you wanted." My bottom lip feels swollen and gnawing on it will only make it worse, but I can't help it. How do I rip off this bandage in a way that won't destroy him? How do I make this as pain-free as possible? I suck in a deep breath. It's difficult to force the words out. "I enjoyed last night," I say, turning away from him. "But we can't do that again. It needs to end now." "What?" Law's eyes widen. I can't determine if it's fear or betrayal swirling in that stare. It's probably a mix of both. "What do you mean? Why does it have to end?" "I'm sorry, but that's how it has to be. For my sake, for the sake of my heart. I can't risk giving him the opportunity to hurt me. Don't take this personally, but—" "How else am I supposed to take it, Lita?" Law exclaims. The intensity of his words make me flinch. "I gave you everything last night. I gave you my heart and my body. What else do you want from me?" "I don't want anything from you, actually. That's the point. We have to stop it before things get too far." You already crossed that line when you decided to take me." "And it was a mistake," I blurt out. He winces. I swallow the knot in my throat. "I don't mean to hurt you. I really don't. I never wanted things to end up like this." "Why?" Law's voice is barely above a whisper. His eyes are watering. His shoulders are slumped. What did I do wrong? Was I not enough? That's not it at all, I snap. Why can't he just agree with me? We're not supposed to be doing this. This relationship we have isn't going to last. How do you know that? I just do. I don't want this to end. When he says that, I'm already facing the bedroom door. I stop dead in my tracks. My bottom lip is trembling violently now, and it's becoming more difficult to fight back the tears muddling my vision. It's difficult to see straight. I really thought that we were creating something special. Law continues. His voice is shattering. I think he's crying, but I don't have the heart to turn around and check. This hurts me too much. Why are you treating me like this? I shake my head. It's not him. We had such a good time together last night. What went... Stop asking me these questions, I say. I'm doing my best not to let my voice crack. This is just how things have to be. I made a mistake last night and I'm sorry. I really am. I never meant to string you along like this, but I... So why does it have to end? You're not even giving me a clear answer. I don't want things between us to be like this. I want us to be together. You can't always get what you want, Law. Silence. I'm shoving a dagger straight through his heart and twisting it around with my words. It's necessary, though. I know it is. As discreetly as possible, I control my breathing and do my best not to break into a pathetic bout of tears. If I do, then he'll know that this is all a facade and that I don't mean what I say. This is for the best. I can't go back on this now. I'm underneath the doorway. I slightly turn my head towards him, sending him a brief glance. He's a broken man. When we find this necklace, we'll be parting ways. There's no point in sticking around after that. I'm telling you this so that there's no surprises further down the line. He doesn't respond. I hear sniffling behind me, and the bedsheets are ruffling. There's bile rising in my throat. What am I doing? I'm going out right now. Why? Law demands. Where to? I have a lead, I reply. In reality, I need to get out of this place. It's strangling me. The tension between him and I has a tight fist around my throat. I'm going to go check it out. Why can't I come along? Minotaurs aren't allowed where I'm going. Heavy tears start falling from my eyes. My ears are ringing. I'm sorry. I'll be back later. I leave the room and quietly shut the door behind me. When I do that, I fight the urge to collapse onto the floor and let out a strangled cry. It's building in my throat, threatening to seep out if I stay in his tower any longer. There's too many memories that dance through these halls, particularly from last night. His touch still lingers on my skin. In my mind, his lips are still kissing and sucking wherever they land. This is going to drive me insane. I have no one else.
Chapter 15. Lore, I'm doing my best not to collapse in this street, but I don't have much strength in my limbs. Not since this morning. Every time I close my eyes, I see her face. In my head, I replay those cold words. When we find this amulet, it's over. We part ways as if we are two strangers. We're so much more than that, but Lita doesn't want anything to do with me. She doesn't like me, and yet I am still clinging on to the hope that she will change her mind. It's pathetic. What's worse is I let myself hope. I told myself I just wanted to bed someone, and then she made me feel special. She made me feel seen and didn't flinch from me or my anger or my magic. I thought I had met someone who could love me for me. For a while, I walk aimlessly through the crowded streets. Many send me odd looks as I bump shoulders into them. My movements are staggered while my mind is cloudy. All I want to do is get drunk and try to forget, but it feels pointless at the same time. Tomorrow morning, I will wake up with a killer migraine and thoughts of Lita. I guess if this can make me forget for even just a few hours, it will be worth it. I don't know where I am, but There's a strong smell of alcohol and sweaty people. I duck my head through the door, and I'm immediately met with dozens of eyes staring me down. I bet they know I shouldn't be in one of these places, but they don't stop me from nudging my way towards the bar counter. They just scramble out of my way, mumbling things to themselves. "Excuse me," I say, slipping into a seat and tapping my palm against the counter. "Give me the strongest stuff you have. It's an emergency." Then the bartender smacks her lips while she looks at me up and down. She rolls her eyes. "What are you even doing here?" She's a human. Not a kind one, by the looks of it. "We don't serve your kind." My hand sinks into my pocket and I pull out a small pouch filled with money. I toss it her way. She gasps, nearly letting the pouch fall from her hands. When she opens it, her eyes widen. "Seriously? This is way too much. Are you going to serve me or what?" I snap, gritting my teeth. "I don't have all day." Her tongue runs over her teeth. With a huff, she pockets the money and starts pulling glasses out from underneath the counter. She grabs a clear bottle, then a dark green one. She nods at me. "Which one do you want? Which one will make me black out the quickest?" She raises a brow. Then she stares at the bottles with a pensive expression. "I can mix them for you," she offers with a shrug. "I should warn you that this drink is pretty powerful. It might knock you out of your senses on the first sip." "Great. Give me it." Although she's hesitant, she abides by my request. I watch as she pours me the drink and adds a few ice cubes. Then she pours a colorful syrup on top of the concoction and nudges the glass my way. "What did you add to it just now?" "It's a sap that comes from the tisret fruit. It adds a kick of flavor to the alcohol." I take a sip. The burn chars my mouth all the way down to my stomach, but it's exactly what I needed. I pull a face on accident that makes the bartender laugh. She's spinning a small dagger within her fingers. "If you want any more, just let me know." "Thanks," I rasp. My head is spinning. It's working. I still can't forget about Lita. She did something to me. Why can't I cut her out of my mind? I would do anything for that. I would do anything to go back to the way I was before I met her. I slam the empty cup back onto the counter. The drink doesn't make me feel too good, but I'm too far gone to care. I wave the bartender back over and she glances at my cup with furrowed eyebrows. "What the hell?" She lets out a small laugh. "Why did you down that drink so fast? Are you crazy? Just give me another one. Are you sure? I don't want you killing yourself in the bar. The other customers in here won't appreciate that." "I don't care about them. Just give me the drink." She clicks her tongue. "Okay." Pouring the same drink for me, she sends me a smirk. "You're going to be feeling this in about an hour." I can't wait for that. It seems as if she has more on her mind, but she bites her tongue and turns away to serve the Minotaur next to me. In my peripheral vision, I see a few other Minotaurs in my vicinity and they keep sending me dirty looks, and I keep drinking. I don't even realize they're tapping on my arm until one of them strikes me on the head. "What are you doing here?" One of them is sneering at me. Another spits on the ground in front of me. "What makes you think you can show up in one of our spaces?" "I wanted a drink," I say, "so leave me alone." "He's lost, boys," one quips. "We should escort him back to the gutter where he came from." "You're one of those freaks, aren't you?" A Minotaur wiggles his fingers in my face. I lean away from them as they cackle. Their stench permeates the space around me. "You can use magic!" "Show us one of your tricks." I sip on my glass again. I'm staring into the nearest wall. There's a piercing ache in my upper right temple. "Move!" And I'm thrown from my chair with a force that knocks the wind out of me. Feet are nailing me in the abdomen, chest, and back. I hear screaming. Chairs are falling over around me. Bottles are thrown, with some glass shards landing on me and slicing my skin. "Get him out of here! Move it!" I'm too dazed to lift up my arms to protect myself. I can't even bring myself to use any magic. I could crush them right now, make them eat their words and regret the moment they even looked at me. But I don't. I deserve this. I want to die. Can you help me? This fat piece of fissy... Shut up already! He weighs as much as 10 copra. Where do we leave him? Hurry up and decide before my arms fall off. They toss my body like a piece of junk into the street. My chest feels heavy, and I can barely breathe. I can't even open my eyes properly. The light is too intense. Somehow I pull myself up into a sitting position, and I squint my eyes. I'm outside the bar. Are you all right? Someone asks, peering at me as if I'm a lost animal. Those men dragged you out of there as if you were a criminal. Is that what you are? A criminal? Please stop speaking to me. My head is pounding. I close my eyes to see if that will alleviate the pain. Instead, I feel the same person from before snake their hand into my pocket and steal another money pouch from me. Their footsteps scatter away. Great, I'm a laughingstock. I have to get out of here before I'm robbed again. I try to portal, but my magic eludes me. I guess I'm stuck walking. I almost want to laugh. When I wish I don't have to act like a normal person, I'm forced into the role. Using the building walls as my guide, I trudge back to my tower and anger lots of people on the way. I plow into many as I walk through the crowded streets. Some of them yell at me, call me names, and threaten to stab me. Why don't they? Why can't one of them take their dagger and sink it into my sides a few times? I'm sure it would hurt less than the pain I'm going through. Lita. She's on my mind. Not even the alcohol is able to drag her away from my thoughts. Why is it so difficult to forget about her? I've met many people in my lifetime. Faces come and go as well as their names. I should have known. I'm never going to be able to forget her for as long as I live. When she leaves me forever after we find my amulet, she will haunt my thoughts. She owns a piece of me that I can't get back. My forehead slams into the tower door. I open it easily since I didn't bother to lock it on the way out. Immediately, I head for the kitchen, throw open the cabinet doors, and take out every alcohol bottle I own. So I line them up on my counter and start drinking from them. I don't have a strategy for this, I just choose the bottle that looks as if it will make me forget. None of them do, but I keep drinking. I guzzle the alcohol down as if it is water. It burns my throat and I can feel my body screaming and begging for me to stop, but I refuse. A myriad of emotions are running through me. One moment I feel fine. Screw her. I can forget about her. She doesn't mean anything to me. She's a pest, a nuisance that only came into my life to screw things up. She's the reason why I don't have my amulet anymore. But then my heart seizes up on me. I think about the sweetness of her voice, her lips, and her smile. Memories of last night are ever present, and it stings to know that I will never experience something like that again. Hatred fills me. Why? Am I too pathetic to love? Am I unworthy of any sort of affection? Is this the fate that is destined for me? I drink from the bottle in my hand until there's no liquid left to spill out. Then I smash that bottle against the nearest wall and watch as its shards cover my kitchen floor. I step on some of them. I can't even feel the pain. I think I'm bleeding, but I don't care to check. Some of the alcohol spills out of my bottle. It dribbles down my chin. My knees are giving out on me and I collapse on the floor, right next to the glass shards. My body is giving out on me. I think back on what that bartender said. You're going to be feeling this in about an hour. Absolutely. It feels as if someone is slamming their knife into my skull with each second. I'm leaning off to one side because I can't even keep myself upright. It doesn't take long until I give up completely. I slam into the ground and rest my cheek against the cold kitchen floor. Am I about to vomit? Am I going to die? Who knows? Who cares? No one does. So I don't either. I'm fighting back the tears. I'm biting my tongue and my knuckles. Why am I not good enough for Lita? Why is she so determined to leave me behind despite what we did? I thought she was different. I thought that she would be the one who could love me. But I am wrong. Yet again. No one loves me, and I have to live with that fact. Every time I look into the mirror, I see a monster who isn't worthy of love. I'm not even worthy of life, for that matter. My eyes are closing, and I slowly feel myself drifting away, despite the pain throughout my body. I'm such a fool. I'm a monster, yet I thought that I was capable of being loved, even if...
Chapter 16. Lita. My hood falls off as I walk into the club. It's for humans only, one of the few of its kind that exists in Lowtown. All around me, people are drinking, laughing and dancing. Someone drops their drink in front of me and collapses to the floor giggling, while another person comes out of the shadows to drag them to a secluded part of the club. I wrinkle my nose. These are my people, and I'm supposed to feel safe around them, but they just annoy me, especially now. My contact is Alir Flintcrit, an up-and-coming thief who happens to have his nose in most of the illicit dealings in Lowtown. Whenever I need information, I like talking to him. He doesn't spill other people's business unless you pay him a hefty fine. I find him leaning against the wall near the back of the club, sipping a yellow drink while he observes the scenes unfolding. He straightens up when he sees me appear. Lita. Don't say my name too loudly, I reply, taking the spot beside him but refusing to look at him directly. It's been a while. I heard that you got yourself into some trouble with a certain apostate. A deep exhale leaves my nose. I shoot him a stink eye. I'm not here to talk about that. Sorry, pinched a nerve. Shut up. I glance at his drink. Are you getting drunk on the job? Hardly. I needed something that would wake me up. I didn't get any sleep last night. Alir sloshes the drink in his glass. The viscosity of the liquid makes my eyebrows perk upwards. One of the ingredients is gallus eggs. Want to try? I'll pass, thanks. I reach into my pocket and pull out a small pouch of coins. I hand them over to him. His face brightens immediately. You always know how to make me talk. Yeah, I already know how being surrounded by money makes your head spin. Can you blame me? I grew up with nothing. Zilch. He shakes his head. I scrap by with whatever I can, even now. I need some information about a lost amulet. Does that ring a bell? A gold one? With magical tendencies? I huff out an amazed breath. What is it about this guy? He always knows something, even when you give him the vaguest of details. That's the one. It's called the Amulet of Ascension, and I'm trying to get it back as soon as possible. It's urgent. It's yours? Alir sucks on his front teeth. Or are you trying to steal back some lost loot? None of your business. That's where you're wrong, kid. Everything is my business. Now you're just trying to act like one of the gods. It's not working. Do you want my help or not? This attitude of yours isn't going to get you very far. It's the reason why I'm standing where I am today. I cross my arms over my chest. I think it's helped me pretty well. Alir rolls his eyes. He finishes the last of his drink. Well, if this is an emergency, I think you're out of luck. Why? I frown. I need that amulet back. This is serious. I can tell, but the worst person possible got their hands on it. Do you remember that small-time hood that frequents Lowtown sometimes? The one who is barely liked by anyone? No. I want to claw my eyes out once he says that. Drake? Yup, Alir replies, popping the P. He's been playing around with the amulet's power, so I've heard. He has a big head because of it now. Great. I rub at my inner eyes until I see colourful shapes behind the lids. Where can I find him? I don't know. He's hard to track sometimes, but I heard he's down in the sewers. Someone told me that he's been reanimating dead rats and is creating a huge army with them. Can you believe that crap? Alir tosses his head back to laugh. He's crazier than I thought. What? My stomach makes a strange noise. A rat army? A dead rat army, to be exact. I don't know what his plans are, but they're probably dumb. He's not the smartest guy around, but you already know that. I do, but... I sigh, covering my face with a hand. My voice drops down to a whisper. Of course, it had to be Drake. What are the odds? You're acting as if he's some big bad monster that is impossible to take down, Aaliyah quips. He doesn't understand the gravity of the situation. No one in this stupid club does. If I were you, I'd bust in with a dagger and steal the amulet right from under his nose. It's not that simple. Of course it is, unless you're a... I glare at him, and he immediately shuts his mouth. He holds his hands up in surrender. Sorry. I wouldn't want to damage your fragile ego. Screw you, I reply. I wanted to figure this out by myself, but I can't. Why not? Because of the rats, I exclaim. Aaliyah thinks this is one huge joke. His green eyes are sparkling with mischief. This isn't funny. Do you know how much I hate rats? I don't, actually. I think they're pretty cute. Stop it. When I was younger, I had to figure things out by myself. Most days, I found refuge underneath bridges and in disgusting buildings. Each time, there were huge rats that crawled near my feet, sometimes nipping at my skin. I used to fall asleep with tears falling down my face, while those creatures squeaked and squealed around my body. The memories of my past trap me in a stupor, and I go silent. Aaliyah swallows hard and nudges my shoulder. Hey, I didn't mean anything by what I said. Sorry, I didn't know you were actually serious. You treat everything like a joke, so I'm not surprised, I reply, sniffing loudly and wiping my face. Thanks for letting me know about Drake, at least. My pleasure. Are you going to seek him out on your own? No. I'm not battling a rat army by myself. I'd rather get maimed. So who are you taking with you to go battle the undead? Aaliyah smiles. There's a hint of kindness to his jests. I don't want to speak with Law right now, but I have no other choice. Looking back on how I spoke to him, it makes me grimace. I shouldn't have done that. Don't worry about that, I say eventually. Just know that I'm not going alone. I'd be an idiot to do that. Well, that's fine by me. What you do doesn't impact me in the slightest. Gee, thanks. The party continues raging all around us. This is one of the few places where us humans can kick back and let loose. We don't have to worry about Minotaurs bothering us, or anything else for that matter. We can dance, drink, and gossip to our heart's content. A small part of me is tempted to head to the bar and nab a drink for myself. I'm thinking about my impending conversation with Law, and I don't want to go into that mess sober. Are you planning to steal from the bartenders? Aaliyah asks, staring at my hands and the way they're fidgeting. If you are, I say you should target Elsie's money over Kai's. I hate that stupid-ass girl. Why? What did she do to you? She made me angry the other day and scammed me out of a free drink. The owner of this place owed me because of a little favour I did for him, so he promised me a drink. When I come to get it, Elsie wants me to prove that I know the owner. Basically, she makes me jump through a bunch of hoops for this drink, and I don't think it's worth it, so I end up leaving empty-handed. Why don't you tell the owner? I don't want to sound desperate. I mean, it's one drink. I can live without it. Plus, I didn't want that girl putting her grubby little hands on my glass. Are you kidding? She might poison me. Well, I'll keep that in mind. I'm not sure drinking is the best idea right now. It never is, but that doesn't stop us. Don't try to tempt me with your bad behaviour. Oh, that's ironic, Aaliyah says, shaking his head. The thief is chastising me over bad behaviour. I can't believe my eyes. You really need to stop airing my personal business out for the whole world to hear. It's unbecoming of you. Sorry. Kai slipped a bit of alcohol into my drink, so it's making me act strange. You always act strange, I say. At least you're helpful. Otherwise, I would have slit your throat by now. I'm very glad we only have a business relationship and nothing more. I wouldn't be able to stand you as a friend. All you do is threaten me. That's not true. I only do that when it's absolutely necessary. Then I kick him lightly in the shin. And what are you talking about? I thought we were friends. Really? Threatening to brutally kill me is a friendly gesture to you? I have my own way of expressing myself. We go silent after that. We stand together, leaning on the wall, and observe the club scene. Some time later, Alir asks for a refill. I see how badly he wants to leap over the counter and strangle Elsie, but he keeps his composure and slides Kai a gold coin for her services. He disappears into the crowd after that. I'm left with my thoughts, and before long I start wanting that drink. Law probably hates me now. I don't know how long I can live with this new reality I created for myself. It's all my own doing. I take something good and I unravel it. I smash it against the floor and stomp on it a few times. Who am I kidding? I don't deserve love, affection, or any of those fuzzy feelings that Law manages to bring out from inside my heart. I'm a thief. I don't deserve anything that's good, which includes Law. I know I made the right decision, but why does it hurt so bad? Why does it make me want to crumple onto the floor and cry for the rest of my days, knowing that I just gave up something that makes me genuinely happy? I'm starting to feel lightheaded. The ambience and the closeness of other people starts to suffocate me, so I snake my way out of the club. Once outside, I take a few gulps of fresh air and start to feel normal again. It doesn't last for long, though. I have to talk to Law. What if he turns into my enemy? What if, when everything is said and done, I end up hating him? I don't want that to happen. I know what he's like when all of his walls are down, and he's one of the best I've ever known. I don't want that to change. Deep down, I know that I don't want to lose him, but I destroyed our relationship with one fatal blow. He detests me now. He doesn't want anything to do with me. I have to live with this. Man, I'm such a freaking idiot. Everything good that comes into my life, I manage to ruin it.
Chapter 17. Lore. I awake to Lita shaking me roughly. Lore, wake up! I snap my head up off the ground and immediately regret the maneuver as my head starts to spin. Bits and pieces of the past night begin to flood back to me, along with the pain of the beating I took. My headache makes me regret ever having been born, but I'm not sure if that's the hangover or the head injuries. I thought you were dead there for a moment, Lita says, reminding me of her presence. The pain had been enough to temporarily wash the memory of her away. But there she was again, staring down at me. My eyes have trouble focusing, leaving her features mostly a blur. But when her image clarifies, she's looking down at me, with her lips pressed tight. Did you decide to be an idiot and go after the amulet yourself? I won't be responsible for you if you get yourself killed. Her voice is flat, nearly emotionless. Her aura is chilly at best. I groan as I use a nearby chair to pull myself up to kneeling. As I wait again for the room to stop spinning, I tell her, "No, I got really drunk and in a stupid bar fight." "Well, that was really stupid of you," she says without a hint of sympathy for my plight. I can't tell if she's actually yelling or everything is just amplified by my throbbing head. "You're of no use to me now. You can barely walk, let alone go traipsing through the sewer to recover the amulet." "What are you talking about?" I asked. "I found a lead, a common cutpurse by the name of Drake. Has the amulet. He fled into the sewers and has been using the amulet to summon armies of undead rats." I can't help but laugh. The Amulet of Ascension is a powerful artifact that literally holds the power over life and death. It's potent enough that I can use it to cast out a god, and some little thief has their hands on it, and the best they could come up with was an undead rat army. The magic is wasted on such a fool. I push myself to my feet slowly, still trying to put myself in order. "I'll go find it myself," Lita says, turning away from me in disgust. "No, oh wait!" My words come out a little too fast and a bit too loud. It feels like my brain is turning into jelly. "I'm never drinking again," I vow as I pull myself up to my full height. I need to be standing to cast this spell. It's unfortunate, considering that it feels like the air is so much heavier standing up than it is when I was lying on the floor. I was too drunk last night to fight back. The pain, stiffness, and disorientation I feel now are just the price I had to pay for trying to drown my feelings in alcohol. But it's not a price I have to keep paying. I summon up my magic and shape it into the spell. The sigils inked into my skin glow. And then I feel a warmth spreading out from my core that tilts towards the uncomfortably hot as it finishes reaching my fingertips. But the sting fades and my head is clear. Leah stares at me for a moment and then asks, "Okay, what was that?" "A spell to cure hangovers," I say. The world may never know the name of the genius wizard who invented this spell, but whoever they are, I send my thanks out into the universe. It's not a spell the instructors teach you. It's something that's passed among novice mages. There's a whole host of unwritten spells that deal with the unseemly things that no proud mage is going to stand in front of his pupils and talk about, but I'm sure they learned them when they studied. Spells for protecting against venereal disease. Spells to cure them if you weren't thinking. Spells to prevent a man's seed from taking hold in a woman's womb. And so many others. Wizards and mages, above almost all else, crave respect and tend to keep these things as open secrets. But I have no need to impress Lita. From the look on her face, I don't believe she could think any lower of me at the moment, so why would I even bother? I beat back my prideful instincts and say, "About last night." "Eh? Do you want to find the amulet or not?" she asks, interrupting me. My head still hurts, but considering I cast the spell, I know it's no longer from the hangover anymore. That leaves the head injuries or the fact that she gives me a headache. I had mistaken passion for something else, and it feels like we are back to square one with the antagonism thick between us. People often say there's a thin line between love and hate, and maybe I bought into it. I mistook animosity for passion. I briefly contemplate going upstairs and changing into some fresh clothes. These reek of alcohol and have rips and bloodstains on them now. But if I'm about to go traipsing through the sewers, no need to ruin a good set of clothing. "Very well then, lead the way." I bite back, adding cut purse to the statement. Even if I'm feeling a little petulant, that doesn't mean I have to act on it. Where had I gone so wrong? Why had I let myself get swept up by this girl? This thief? I'm sure if I were more poetical, I could make something about her stealing my heart make sense, but I weave spells and not words. We walk in silence as I trail behind her until we get to Lowtown. We're a few blocks away from Astronic's territory, but I'm on my guard. I learned my lesson last time, and won't be caught unawares by one of his goons again. We come to a sewer grate, and Lita stops. I stand behind her, waiting. After a long, uncomfortable silence stretches on, she says, "Well, aren't you going to open it?" "I'd assumed I'd leave opening doors to you as you're the expert." "It's not locked, it's just heavy," she says. I lift the grate easily out of the way. Then Lita slips inside, and I follow, replacing the grate behind us. The small circle of light from the grate is the only illumination and does little to penetrate the darkness beyond. Lita produces a torch from her pack and grips it between her thighs as she tries to use a flint and steel to light it. I don't know if she meant for the gesture to look obscene or not, but it seems as though she's doing something entirely different. "Stop," I say, resting my hand on her head. She jerks away from me. "What the hell are you doing?" she snaps. "Trying to make it so you can see in the dark. Hold still." I slowly reach my hand out again, but she doesn't pull away. I might be tempted to turn the gesture into something sweet or summon the images of the things I could make her do with my hand in her hair like this, but it's hard to focus on things like that when standing in calf-deep sewer water. The magic flows down my arm and into her, and for a brief second, I can feel the connection between us. At a different time, in a different place, it might even feel good. But it mostly just reminds me of what I lost. The opportunity for what could have been. The spell finishes, and then I cast it on myself. The darkness is no longer impenetrable, and I can see into it just as well as I could in a moderately lit room. However, everything beyond the light filtered through the grate is cast in shades of gray. Better? I ask. Lita says nothing, just marches forward slowly, clinging to the walls where the water is less deep. I've often thought the city's sewer system was a masterful bit of engineering, especially for a people who constructed it all without the help of magic. But my appreciation never extended to wanting to pay it a visit. We haven't gone far until we come to a small encampment of humans taking up residence on a raised platform. The light from their small fires makes splotches of color in the gray haze of the dark. For the most part, they pay us no heed, but I do notice those that do look up eye me with far more suspicion than they do Lita. I'm the interloper here. Just because living with the Minotaur's the best option for humans, considering they aren't instantly turned into slaves, doesn't mean everything is wonderful for every human here. We pass the encampment, walking in silence, when I hear something. It sounds like scratching on stone getting louder and louder. I stop, trying to identify the noise, and it just grows more deafening. "Oh, crap!" Lita screams as a wave of animated rotten rat corpses come around a corner, their eyes burning with green fire. She starts backing away and bumps into me. She whirls around, daggers out. I pull her towards me with one arm, and for a moment, I think she plans to sink the blades into me for the sin of touching her. With my free hand, I reach out and summon a great gout of white flame that tears down the tunnel. Rats fall dead, truly dead, to the ground. The smell of burnt hair fills the already fetid air, and I have to concentrate on not gagging. Lita pushes away from me and looks at the remnants as a few rats still run silently screaming down the tunnel. You're going to burn people alive with a spell like that," she says. "Oh, don't worry. The flames only kill the undead." She glares at me. "So, you just wanted to cop a feel?" "Oh no, the initial blast would hurt like hell as well, but would have caused no permanent damage. I assumed you didn't want to feel like your flesh was boiling off your bones. But if I'm wrong, I'll just let you take the blast next time." Her expression only hardens as we walk over the charred remains of Drake's rat army. We don't have to march much further until we find him huddled in a corner, sleeping. He doesn't appear to have the amulet on his person, and there isn't a lot around large enough to hide it under. There's an utter lack of the intense magical aura the thing gives off in close proximity. Lita kicks Drake awake. "Where's the amulet, you piece of crap?" I'm at least glad she didn't decide to wake me up like that, though his rise to consciousness looks about as enjoyable as mine was. "How the hell did you get through my rat army?" "I burned them all to ash with divine fire," I say. "All of them? Well, crap, I thought I had enough rats to keep me safe for a while. Otherwise, I wouldn't have sold it," he says. "You sold it?" "To who?" Lita asks. "To whom?" Drake says. "What?" "You sold it to whom?" He scoffs. "We just burned your rat army, and you want to be a pedant." Lita points her dagger under his chin. "No need to get violent." "More so," Drake says. "Talk or I cut you open," Lita says. "Who did you sell it?"
From the depths of the darkness of Protheka,
Or clawing up from the realms of fantasy.
come the most fearsome beasts you have ever seen.
These monsters are done watching from the shadows.
Now, as they step into the light, something unexpected grips them.
Something even they can't fight off.
Love,
Vampires.
demons,
Dark elves.
gods.
Minotaurs. Creatures of light and dark.
They will protect their mates.
Do whatever needs to be done.
Morally grey heroes who will burn the world to protect the women who love them.
10 audiobooks.
Fall into over 60 hours of fantasy romance.
20 ebooks.
Over 1 million words of these brutes who will protect their women.
Even if they might destroy themselves in the process.
Get the immersive Protheka fantasy romance bundle.
For 80% off, right now, dive into Protheka at a once-in-a-lifetime discount.
the first bundle to offer both ebooks and audiobooks on worldsofprotheka.com. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this romantasy bundle will make it endless. Chapter 18. Lita. Law was able to convince me to leave Drake further unharmed than the bruised rib I probably gave him waking him up. At first I was worried that he might go tell Astranic we were coming, but he cast some spell that bound his tongue against speaking about us. By the time we make it back out of the sewers, I'm exhausted. Being near Law is tiring. I feel like I have to constantly have my defences up, and then he goes and does things like drawing me close to him. Granted, that might have felt like a more romantic gesture had we not been in the sewer about to be eaten by zombie rats. We need to find Astranic, I say. We find him, we find the amulet, and then we are done. Perhaps we should return to my home where we can freshen up a little. Law gestures to his torn and sodden garments. I'm at war with myself on how to answer. Part of me thinks it's a good idea and makes perfect sense. We are going to need to talk to people, and even in the lowest parts of Lowtown, people are hesitant to speak to those who look like they crawled through the sewer and smell of burnt hair. Part of me wants to go because I want to shower with him and have him pin me to the freaking wall as he rails me. But I also don't want to go because I'm afraid if I do, I'll let him do that to me, and then he'll just inevitably betray me later. And I don't want to go back, because the longer I delay, the harder it is to resist the urge to give in. He makes me so unreasonable that it's maddening. I take a deep breath, regretting it as the stink from our clothes fills my lungs. After a minor coughing fit, I say, "Fine, but we'll need to swing by my place first so I can grab some fresh clothing." Law holds out his hand to me. I can portal us there and then to my place. I take his hand, hoping the fact that we are both really disgusting right now is enough to make taking his hand bearable. And it does, just barely. I release his hand as soon as he pulls me through the portal. I dismiss the fact that my skin is buzzing and blame it on the magic. I quickly gather together some clothes and toss them in a sack. "All set," I say. I look at his hand again and hesitate. Is the hand holding necessary? "If you're not connected with me, you can't pass through the portal." For all I know, he could be lying. Maybe he's just coming up with excuses to touch me, hoping to break my resolve. But I thought I was doing a good job before. Why would I suspect him of lying? I reach out and take his hand, and he draws me through the portal into his home. "You go bathe first. I'll wait." "You..." I bite my tongue to stop myself from saying you should join me. "You should go first. It's your house. And you're my guest. It's only polite." "I'll be quick," I say. And I am, washing as fast as I can to clear out before I give in and yell for him to scrub my back, join me, or some equally silly thing that ends with us doing it. I need my body to stop wanting him, because that's all it is, just my body, yep, totally. When I'm done, I step out, and Law goes in. He seems to take his time, leaving me to do nothing but think about what he looks like naked in that tub, all clean. I go and sit in his kitchen, waiting. When he returns, he sits across from me. Okay, where do we start? Astranic is hard to pin down. He is almost always on the move, but if he's going to be anywhere, he's most likely at his club, the Tin Dagger. It's a lot fancier than you'd think, given that it's in Lowtown. What kind of club is it? The criminal kind, trafficking in servants. Sometimes it's where people go to sell off an indenture for quick coin, or some people there are sold into outright slavery. There's no slavery here? That's for the dark elves, not the Minotaur. It's almost cute how naive you are, I say, smiling, but quickly schooling my expression. I see the brief glimmer of hope in his eyes die just as quickly as it had sparked. How do you know all this? He asks. I have my sources. It's prudent to know the movements of the city's most powerful crime boss. He just nods. I think it's best if we look like we belong there, I continue. So you'll act as though you're looking to sell my indenture. But I don't have an indenture for you. You won't need one. If you're not actually going to sell me, there's no need to have a contract on hand. I'm not comfortable with this plan. Do you have a better one? I ask. He crosses his arms over his chest. No. Then that's what we are doing. But neither of us move for a long while. Listen, I'm sorry for what I said. I take a deep breath. Does that mean nothing's changed? I interrupt. All I'm saying is that I could have handled it better. I don't know why I'm saying this. It's better for both of us if he thinks I'm some cruel, heartless bitch. We just need to focus on the mission. Very well, he says. I wasn't the one to bring it up. Great. I should have just not said anything. No, I didn't mean it like that. I just meant if there's something on your mind you'd like to say, you should probably say it now. I want to tell him I was wrong, that I was stupid, that I was scared. But being that vulnerable with someone isn't something I know how to do. Sure, I know the words, but not how you actually say them to a person. It rings too close to admitting weakness, and where I come from, that's one of the quickest ways to end up dead. Nope, I'm good. Well, let's go, he says, holding his hand out. I look at him, dressed in fresh clothes and smelling of sandalwood. If I take his hand now, I won't have it in me to hold back. I'll do something stupid like leap across the table, tackle him to the floor, and take him right there. I'll beg him to forgive me. Let's save your magic for when we really need it, I say before I stand up and walk toward his front door. We can discuss the details on the way. When we get to the Tin Dagger, Law tells the men guarding the door he's here to see about transferring an indenture. It's enough to get us in the door, though I have so many regrets as soon as we step inside. The place is packed. That might seem good because we blend in with the crowd, but it means I have to stand very close to Law so we don't get separated. Close enough to touch, close enough to smell him. Where do we look for him? Law asks. Look for who? Says a deep voice behind us. We both turn to see a barrel-chested man leaning on a cane. His gruff features speak of a long life of hard living. Astronic the Lame. Mr. Astronic, I say, trying to sound awestruck and hoping that Law understands I'm addressing the man, not answering the question. Oh, Law mutters something. I'm sorry. What was that? Astronic asks. I'm looking for whoever facilitates the sale of indentures here, Law answers, grabbing my shoulder and pushing me forward. Oh, and what services does this one provide? The most powerful man in Lowtown asks, looking me up and down. Given how long his gaze lingers on my tits, I've got a pretty good idea what services he's in the mood for. I lean into it, wrapping an arm around Law's and giggling. Things best not discussed in public, I say. I can feel Law stiffen next to me. I'm looking for someone to accompany me later this evening. How much is left on the indenture? Law's mouth hangs open. I step in. Master has so many, it's hard to keep track. And you don't know? Well, I'm in no rush. I enjoy the work. I can find Glenna. She should be around here somewhere. She has all the contracts. Yeah, Law says. I would have been prepared if I'd known someone would be so interested so quickly. I can feel admonishment in his words. Very well, I'll be at the table in the corner. You bring me the contract, and we can get the signed off, say for the price of the indenture plus 10%. I surreptitiously pinch Law to prompt him to respond. Without seeing the contract? He asks, and I'm tempted to pinch him again. I know what I want, Astronic says. Let me review the contract, and then we'll track you down. Law is not cut out for this, but I'm glad that Astronic seems so interested in having me that he doesn't care how stiff Law is. Very well. After Astronic leaves, Law turns to me and says, We need to get out of here. What are you talking about? This is perfect. Astronic takes me with him, and you even get handed a bunch of money. There's so much wrong with this plan, I don't even know where to begin. How about, for one thing, I don't have a contract? Give me 15 minutes and I'll be right back with something. Before he can even object, I am off working my way through the crowd. I'm looking for something particular, someone who looks like they would have an indenture offering such lewd services. It's not long before I find a mark who looks like he's surrounded by more than a few ladies, working most of the time on their knees. He even has a briefcase sitting beside him. It's all too easy to slip up and worm my hand inside and take out a document without being noticed. Now all I need to do is a little bit of document editing. I sneak past the guards to the back office and grab a quill and ink. A few ink blots and a little bit of scribbling are enough to obscure the information. Now it just looks like Law has sloppy handwriting, and his name is practically Mr. Inkblot. I've never done such a rush job before on forging a document, but desperate times call for desperate measures. I give the ink a moment to dry and return, handing it to Law. "What is this?" he says. "My indenture." He looks it over. "I can't let you do this." "It gets you the amulet," I say, "but it puts you in danger." "Don't worry, I have enough sleep powder to take down an orc. I'll not be doing anything that's on the contract. Now, it's best if you approach him without me. I'll go freshen up." I turn to leave and he grabs my wrist. "Wait, Lita." He swallows hard, struggling with the next words. "I love you." Then he kisses me, and the world goes fuzzy around the edges. By the time I have my wits about me again, I'm sitting in Astranik's lap. Chapter 19. Lita. I have been standing here for the last hour or so. I can't keep track. My legs are killing me and my arms ache from holding this drink tray for so long. It will be worth it soon enough. All he has to do is call me over so I can serve him one last drink for the day. But this annoying prick is doing something in the next room that is keeping him busy. I hear him laughing to himself in there. I don't want to imagine what's going on. I stare at the wine glass that awaits him. The dark red liquid sloshes gently with my movements. It takes everything within me not to slam this metal board into Astranik's head and demand the amulet, but I keep my cool. Thoughts of Law keep me sane. I find myself daydreaming about what could have been, but that grating, irritating voice snaps me out of my stupor. "Hey!" Astranik snaps and points his finger to the space beside him. "Bring me that drink. Now." Finally, I duck my head and hurry into the room. He doesn't even look at me. Instead, he snaps his fingers until I'm beside him and snatches the wine glass from the tray. He nearly knocks it out of my hands in the process. "Make sure to clean my bedsheets later today," Astranik says before taking a sip. There's a novel cradled in his lap. That's what he was giggling about. "If I enter the room and I see it dirty, I'm going to make sure you pay for that. Am I clear?" "Yes," I whisper. "I didn't hear you." "Yes, I will make sure your bedroom is spotless." "Good. Get out of here. You're annoying me again." Biting my inner cheek, I walk out of the room. Instead of heading into the kitchen where a plethora of dirty dishes need to be washed, I wait outside the room he's in. My head leans against the wall. The sleeping poison doesn't take too long to activate once it's ingested. First, the victim starts getting giggly. Then, the drowsiness settles in. When the poison is fully immersed within their body, it makes their limbs go lax and they're unconscious before they even hit the floor. He's laughing to himself again. I'm chewing on my fingernails, hoping that I added the right dose of the poison to make it effective. It hits me that I didn't take into account his height and weight, which is crucial to applying the right dose. When I had the wine in front of me, I popped open that small bottle and dumped every drop of its contents into the drink. I really hope it's enough. Astranik coughs loudly, hacking up some phlegm in his throat. I think he spits it onto the ground for me to clean up later, based on the sounds he's making. My stomach is twisting up. I can't stand being his personal servant anymore. I need to get out of here. But first I need that amulet back. I'm not leaving without it. "Lima!" Astranik bellows out what he believes is my name. "Get in here. I need your help. My name is Lita. I don't give a damn who you are. Astronic's eyes are drooping and he's struggling to sit upright. He's swaying in his seat. What kind of wine did you give me? I told you to open my favourite bottle. Yes, this is the one you told me to serve you. Are you sure? He's slurring his words now. It tasted a little funny. I'm positive. Just relax in your seat. I take a step towards him, ready to knock him across the face if he doesn't comply. It'll all be over soon. Within seconds, Astronic's head lolls to the side. He's snoring. I smile. To make sure he's asleep, I kick him a few times in the leg. He doesn't budge. I punch his face a few times too. Nothing is going to wake him up from that poison. With that fool out of the way, I hurry towards the cabinet where I've seen him store the amulet. It's in a chest on the very top shelf, but the height doesn't do anything to deter me. I scramble up the shelf, snatch the chest, and nearly fall over on the way down. I'm too giddy with excitement to care about how that sequence of events scraped my knee. Here it is, the Amulet of Ascension, Law's amulet. This marks the end of our relationship. Once I return this to him, we're done. I'm disappearing from his life forever. It's what I need to do. I've caused him too much hurt to stick around. It will be like poking at the wound continuously. I can't do that to him. My hand snakes around the amulet. I press my fingers into its cold, jagged sides. The stone starts glowing faintly. Across my skin, I feel faint jolts of power emanating off the amulet. The hairs on my arms are rising. I close my eyes, taking a moment to appreciate the amulet's power. It's coursing through me. Is this what Law feels every time he touches this thing? Does he feel this powerful? In all honesty, this amulet makes me feel as if I can take on the world right now. No one will be able to stop me. Yet the illusion doesn't last very long. A powerful force strikes me down, barreling into my chest. It sends me flying backwards. I scream, thrashing my limbs around, but I never let go of the amulet. I'm falling. When I open my eyes, there's dark clouds that loom above my head. An ominous trill rings in my ears. I'm sinking further. Is this how it all ends? Am I dying? I never really thought about death until now. It makes me realise, all too quickly, that I'm terrified of it. I don't want to go out like this. What's even happening to me? Before my body slams against the ground, and my body is destroyed as a result of the fall, I freeze. Something is holding me up. I don't recognise where I am. It's far different from Astronic's house. Dark, twisting shadows encapsulate my body from all directions. I can't move my head to look at them clearly. I'm stuck in this position. The trill stops, but it's soon followed by a horrific slithering sound. Something slides beneath my neck, propping me up slightly. I'm trying to move my arms, but I can't. I'm useless against this creature. It's slithering around my body, lifting itself above my head so it can stare down at me. It's a black serpent with equally dark eyes. I see my reflection in its pupils. When it opens its mouth, it shows off its fangs. It even unhinges its jaws, as if it is taunting me. It's reminding me that it can swallow me whole any moment, but it's holding back for one reason or another. I'm struggling against this unseen force that's holding me down. I'm desperately trying to break free, but if I continue fighting, I'm afraid I'm going to injure myself in the process. I'm pushing against something invisible. The serpent's mouth is as wide as my head. Tears are welling up in my eyes. No. My toes curl. I have to fight back. No. Its head is coming closer. My fists ball up. He's going for it. No! His jaws snap shut right in front of my face. At that moment, I accidentally let go of the amulet. In seconds, I'm freed from the force that's holding me back, and I immediately raise my arms over my face to protect myself. My eyes are clenched shut. I'm sweating enough to fill a bathtub, and I'm trembling incessantly. I don't hear the serpent anymore. Then, it soon hits me that it's no longer above me. I'm back in Astranik's home. I'm on the ground. Fresh tears are sliding down my cheeks and my throat is dry. My heart is about to leap out of my chest. What the hell was that? I whisper to myself, dusting my clothes off. I grip the same cabinet to hoist myself to my feet. I need to get out of here. Astranik, however, seems to have other plans. He's knocked out on the floor, but his body starts twitching. It starts in his feet, before slowly moving up the rest of his body. He's spasming on the ground and he's making strangled noises, as if there's something lodged in his throat. There's a grotesque lump that emerges underneath his chin. And for a second, I truly believe that he swallowed his tongue or something. A small part of me wants to help him, but the other part of me is screaming, screw that. I need to save myself, not this idiot. Something more sinister is happening to him. His eyes open suddenly and they are completely white, devoid of any colour they once had. He springs up into a sitting position with enough speed to make me topple backwards into a small table end. Oh crap. He's possessed. And I'm trapped in here with him. He senses my fear because Astranik scrambles to his feet and darts straight towards me. I can't help but scream my lungs out. I fling as many furniture items between us, from chairs to tables to shelves. It's to buy me some time as I figure out a way to slip out of here. I'm destroying the place while I run around, tossing glassware at his head. It does nothing to deter him. He stares at me with those colourless eyes and a blank expression. His fists are clenched. Veins are pulsating out of his skin. He opens his mouth for a brief second, and I catch a glimpse of the same serpent fangs that I saw in that vision. It's the serpent who did this to him. I should have known. Get away from me, I bellow, continuing to toss items at his head. Somehow I make my way into the kitchen. I toss myself at the knives and arm myself with two. I fling one of them into Astranik's chest, and it hits him directly in the shoulder blade. Does that stop him? No, of course not. He takes the knife handle and plucks it out of his chest as if it's a splinter. Then he continues chasing me. I have the other knife clutched in my fist still. What should I do? How do I stop this? I have never dealt with stuff like this before. Matter of fact, I don't even think I witnessed a possession before this moment. Too much is happening all at once, and it's making my head spin. It's making me careless. So careless that I back myself into a section of the house with no exits. No doors, no windows, nothing. I slam a closed fist into the wall, leaving a dent. "Screw you!" I exclaim, chucking the knife straight into his head. He stops. I hold my breath. Did I do something? With an eerily blank look, he yanks the knife out of his skull and shakes it off as if it was nothing. There's a gaping wound in his forehead. Blood is spurting down his chest and onto the ground. He still wants to kill me. He's closing in on me. This is truly it, huh? This is how I go out, at the hands of a serpent-possessed crime boss, and with some many lies left hanging between me and the only person I've ever carried about. Law. I hope he can forgive me someday. He's all I think about as Astranik is wrapping his hands around my neck. I'm not fighting back anymore. I love Law. Every fibre of my being aches to be with him again. But it's too late. I made my mistakes, and I have to accept there will be no changing them. He's applying pressure.
Chapter 20. Or... It wasn't a lie when I told Lita that I marked her with my magic, that there was nowhere on Protheka that I wouldn't find her. But I left out a small detail. I strengthened our bond so that not only do I know her location, but I also know when she's in trouble. Between her mark and the way I am bonded to the amulet, I knew the second she had found it. I was out of my tower in a matter of seconds, having only been pacing my room as I waited for something to go terribly wrong. I don't know how I let her talk me into it, but I knew from the second she left with that awful Astranik that this was going to go terribly wrong. And I was right. The pure terror and panic that she feels rushes through my body like it my own, and I squeeze my eyes close, letting her mark show me where she is. Only I see a vicious black serpent. I don't even realize I've stopped moving until they pop open as its ugly maw slams shut in front of her, and I find myself standing still on the street. "Lita," I whimper out, drawing my magic up again to look through her eyes. Thankfully, this time I see a dirty shack around her. The serpent must be what is attacking the amulet, and Trigon, and those without magic are too susceptible to him. My feet slam into the pavement as her mark gives me her location, and I fear that it will possess her next, but then I feel a deep shudder rush through me. I close my eyes briefly enough to see what it is, and before Lita, Astronic's whole body is shaking, trembling just like Trigon's. Oh, crap! I push myself harder, not caring about all the looks thrown my way as I careen down the streets into Tin Pan Alley. I don't know how long she's going to be able to hold out, and I'm not willing to find out. I have to get to her. Now, it's not hard to find Astronic's hideout. It's exactly like Lita said. A mountain of trash. The small shack is buried in forgotten items, things he must have decided were treasures. And through the windows, I can see his looming form hunched over. I shatter the door to splinters as I slam through it, and my heart stops in my throat. It's like my entire world comes crashing down in this one moment, and I nearly hit the floor as I scream, "Lita!" His hands are wrapped around her throat, and she's slumped back against the floor. For a second, I think she's dead, but then she stirs, and just a glimpse of her green eyes brings me back to life. "Get off of her," I growl, throwing a hand out to immobilize Astronic, only to realize I've frozen his hands around her throat. I drop the spell, and just as I had hoped, he whips around to face me. His eyes are wide and white, his jaw slack, and revealing pointed fangs along the top row of his teeth. When he opens his mouth, it's not words or threats that come out, but a high-pitched scream. It's inhuman and blood-curdling, and my magic flares of its own violation. Green light glows under my skin, filling my veins, and it seems to trigger the serpent-possessed Astronic. His head jerks as if it reacts to my magic, and then he launches himself at me. I draw my magic up, and it coats my skin. As soon as Astronic touches me, he recoils, screaming again. At least I know I can hurt him. What I don't expect is for his head to tip back, and he gags, spewing a black, swirling cloud out of his mouth. "What is that?" Lita screams as she scrambles back, and I want to soothe her panic. Unfortunately, I can't. "I don't know," I whisper, watching as it twists and morphs. It's the serpent, I finally realize. The black mass twists into a massive snake head, its eyes dark and its jaws unclenched. "Oh crap," I mutter. The dark magic surges forward, and I leap back, avoiding its mark. I know that my power is matched to it, and I will have to think smarter or I will wear myself out. That's probably his goal anyway, to wear me down until it's easy to strike. But as I dodge and throw weak spells at Astronic's body, it becomes clear that the serpent isn't going to let me just drain him either. Astronic whips around, his back to me, lunging forward, and as Lita's screams pierce the air, it hits me. I dart forward, throwing my hand out, and the spell catches Astronic's wrist, pulling him back. His gaze darts to me, and he snarls, but the black cloud above him slashed down, severing the spell, and he charges forward again. I throw an immobilization spell at him, while I blast as much of my power into the serpent's cloud as I can manage. He's going to force my hand, using his power and Astronic's body separately, so that I have to attack two places at once. I grit my teeth as I blast my magic at Astronic's feet, solidifying his feet into the floor as the serpent descends on me. Grunting, I throw both hands out at him, pushing my magic forward. While I do know spells, and I tend to rely on those more than anything else, I can also tap into my magic in its rawest form. Against a human or human's body, I only need a handful of lower-level spells. But with a god, I have to put my full weight behind my raw magic. The serpent isn't better than me, but he does require my full attention, and he's stretching me too thin right now. To my right, I see Astronic start to move, tendrils of the serpent's black cloud snaking around his legs to dissolve my spell. No! I roar, throwing a pure ball of light to consume the shadows before turning back to the serpent descending on me. My arms shake as I urge my body to keep up with my opponent. To take some of the weight off of me, I strike Astronic's body, his skin sizzling with green flames, but he doesn't scream as he turns toward me. At least if it doesn't seem to hurt him, it does draw his attention. Half of the black cloud has now poured into his body, soothing his flesh as Astronic descends upon me. My knees buckle as I try to blast power at him in the shadows of the serpent, but I am too weak for it. The shadows descend on me, latching onto my arms and wrenching them back. I hit my knees, my head ripped back to stare up at Astronic's white eyes and malicious grin. I can't make out what he's saying as he approaches, but it is clear the serpent is speaking through him, using an ancient language as all the magic in the room seems to be sucked into his body. Shadows curl around the edges of my vision, and the light seems to disappear from the room. My chest starts to constrict as more of the serpent's shadows crawl across my skin, squeezing me. Astronic rises before me, his feet leaving the ground, and the dark magic starts to choke me. I cough against the pressure, trying to draw up any magic I have left, but it only comes out in green flickers. It's not enough to push him off of me, and my body starts to crumple under him. I send up a prayer to the Bright Lady, praying to her that she gets Lita out of here safely since I have failed. My eyes fall closed, and for a second, the world goes black. Hey! Panic surges through me as I realize that Lita is shouting, and I force myself to claw back awake. Weird snake guy! What about me? I thought you wanted me! Lita, no! But it's too late. Astronic has already twisted around, and he jerks back, stumbling from me as a knife protrudes from his forehead. It doesn't kill him. It doesn't even take him down to the ground, but it does buy me enough time as the serpent releases its hold on me to repair its vessel. Lore! I turn as she chunks something at me, and my hands catch it reflexively before I even realize what it is. The second the cool metal hits my palm, though, magic surges through my body, helping to push me past what my own limits are. It's the amulet. Wasting no time, I pull it on over my neck, raising my hands up and spreading them wide. The metal warms against my chest, filling me with its power, and soon my skin is coated in golden and green runes shining right through my fur. Astronic screams violently, and I offer him a malicious grin as he rips the knife out of his head, spittle flying from his lips as his unseeing eyes widen. Come get me, you bastard. He launches forward, and my body floods with the power of the amulet. I throw my hands forward, drilling all my power into my palms, and the magic pours out of me. I watch as it finds its new host in Astronic's body. The man jerks back as he is flooded with the power, his limbs twitching as black escapes his mouth and nose. The magic won't allow it, though, and it snuffs those shadows out just as quickly. Cracks run across his skin, the black shadows trying to escape like smoke from a fire, and soon he's encased in green and gold until he collapses to the ground, ashen and empty. I drop my hands, my chest heaving as I take a step closer to him. He's dead. That much I can tell. His body couldn't hold on to my power nor the serpent's, not like a Minotaur's could. Trick on will be even harder to exercise, but I know that with the amulet, I will be able to do it. A soft sigh brings my eyes back up and my heart nearly stops. In the fight, I hadn't let myself think about Lita. My instincts to protect her are too strong, and I needed to focus. But now that I am staring at her, the weight of all that has happened comes crashing down. I nearly lost her, and it would have killed me. Just the thought breaks my heart, and suddenly, I can't stand another second without her in my arms. Lita, I whimper out, hoping she won't deny me this. But when she rushes into my arms and I inhale her scent,
Chapter 21. Lita. I look across the space between us, the blood mixing in with Law's red fur. I'm almost relieved I can't see the wounds through the thick fur, but the silver patches highlight some spatters that make my heart nearly stop. My eyes continue up his body until I meet his green eyes, and my breath catches in my throat. He rises up to his full height, and time seems to slow as we stare at each other, my heart pounding as I take him in. There's something about nearly losing someone and nearly dying that makes you reevaluate everything, all the decisions and mistakes you've made. And goddess above, have I made a lot? But I know, staring at him, the biggest one I've ever made was ever considering giving him up. I nearly died, and in that moment, I saw everything that I could have had. The years of love, of safety, of little patters of feet as we built a family, a real family, evaporate. I have it all, and I nearly threw it away because of fear. But I won't do that. There will always be things that try to come between us. But with Law at my side, we will overcome it all. Lita, he whispers, and my chest nearly caves in, a tidal wave of emotion crashing through me so violently that it takes my breath with me. All the fear, the panic, the hurt, the anger. It washes through me until one thing cleaves it apart. Love. My love for him is so intense that I can barely contain it, and nothing else can stand a chance to wipe it out. It sweeps through, eradicating everything until I'm filled with a deep warmth. A broken laugh escapes me as my love breaks me free of the frozen state I was in, and I take off, rushing toward Law, wondering how I stayed out of his arms this long. He catches me, and while he sways, his muscles already trembling, he won't let me go. He sweeps me up and crushes me to his chest, my arms wrapping around his neck as I bury myself in his neck. Law tries to stifle his broken cries, but I feel them radiate through him as he tightens his arms around me so hard that I fear he'll break me. But I don't ask him to stop. I can't get enough of him as I run my hands through his fur, most of it matted from the fight but soft nonetheless. And when he whimpers in my ear, I grab fistfuls of it, trying to somehow get even closer to him. I thought I lost you. There is so much fear and pain in his voice that the tears burning my eyes threaten to spill out. I lean back, cupping his face, and I shake my head. You can't get rid of me so easily. His laugh is almost a sob as he caresses my face, pulling me forward so that our foreheads are pressed together. I love you, Lita. Electricity shoots through my core, and I bite down on my bottom lip to keep my cries in. I love you too, Law. I watch the pain and fear that melts away as I say it back, and his hand that is cupping the back of my head presses me forward, crashing my lips to his. It would have gone deeper, especially since I could feel Law's magic thrumming beneath his skin as he prepared to open a portal with what little he had left, but shouting breaks us apart. We both turn, and he gently sets me on my feet as a group of Minotaur come racing through the streets. Law! The front one shouts as he spots, and they all come tumbling to a stop just before us. Law, it's the senator. He sucks in a deep breath, clearly having run a long way even for a guard. It's Cause Boy. I feel Law stiffen behind me, and he takes a step forward. What about him? He's dying. The guard breathes. The healer says she can feel him going. His heart has been growing slower over the last few hours, and his body seems to be deteriorating. They think he's wasting away. Law touches the amulet that now swings from his neck once again. Let's go. The guards turn, running, and Law sweeps me up into his arms before jogging after them. I have to admire his stamina, but I know he has to be tired. Why don't you open a portal? He shakes his head. I need all the magic I have left to perform the exorcism. I can't deplete that energy. And running won't do that? He shoots me a grin. They are different. I don't know how to explain it, but I pull from a different place inside of me for each. Either way, no. Running won't use my magic, but a portal will use my magic and my physical energy. I nod, falling silent as they take off through the city. Everyone throws themselves out of the way of the guard, and even though we were all the way across Corona, it doesn't take long for these beefy Minotaur to cross the city. I look up at the house as we approach. It's on the same road as the mansion I snuck into during the Bright Lady Festival. Except, the senator's house is even bigger. No one else seems to be as swept away as I am as we enter the massive foyer, and Law sets me on my feet. Without instruction, he brushes past the guard and down the hall to where two stricken-faced Minotaur women stand outside a room. "If you lift the hold," one of them tells him, "it will drain away what's left of him." Law shakes his head, touching the amulet. "I can save him," he insists. "Just stay back." I follow after him as he enters a room 4 times the size of my hideout. In the back corner, I spot a large Minotaur crouched next to a bed with a green glowing orb on the mattress. "Senator Kaur!" The Minotaur's head snaps around, and he's on his feet in an instant, his eyes searching Law's face. The pain in his gaze is so sharp, I feel it myself. "Please, Law, I'm going to lose him." Law shakes his head again. "I will rid him of it, but you must stay back. I can't heal him only for you to be lost." With one last longing look at his son, the senator nods. He moves back against the wall next to me, where I'm still standing in the doorway. The guards are all gathered at the front of the house, and from here, their whispering is just a low hum, which feels oddly fitting as Law moves closer to the bed. He motions over the amulet, and even with his back to me, I can see the glow it emits. It's a soft yellow-green colour, and I imagine, without Law's magic, it normally turns golden. It seems the two powers are combining, and I watch as it spreads out from the centre of his chest, gliding down his arms and legs like a second skin. "Law," I whisper, terror gripping me. Magic is so foreign here on Milthar, and I can't help worrying as I see it take hold of him. "I'm okay," he answers back. I take one step forward as the shell of magic snaps into place around him, and he seems to grow larger before my own eyes. He moves toward the bed, and he throws a hand out of the boy. The green glow starts to slip off of the senator's son, ascending into Law's palm to be reabsorbed. It's like watching someone pour water over the senator's son, but in reverse. As soon as the green leaves the boy's skin, he starts to shake. "Trigon!" the senator cries out, but as he takes a few sweeping steps, Law throws a hand out to stop him. I'm not sure if the senator just obeys, or if magic truly takes hold of his feet, but he freezes where he is, still as he watches Law work. "Trigon," he says in a commanding voice. "I'm here to help you, but I need you to fight. I know you can hear me." The boy's body stutters in its movement for a split second. "That's it," Law encourages. "Fight it." He spreads his hands, magic crackling between his fingertips, and his voice is so low that I can't make out the words he is whispering to Trigon. Then again, the few bits I catch don't sound like any language I know. They sound ancient and foreign, and his chanting grows louder as he brings his palms down to grasp either side of Trigon's head. The boy gasps, his body arching off the bed, and even through his dark fur, I can see the magic electrifying his veins. It fills him, coursing through him, the gold and green flowing parallel. Law's whole body trembles, but he doesn't stop, his words shaking but still growing louder. And then he's thrown back. Law stumbles, and I rush forward to catch him, keeping him from falling. The light within Trigon starts to fade, and it looks like he's being filled with a black ink, his skin growing darker beneath his fur. "You can do this," I tell Law, even though he's already swaying on his feet. "Trigon needs you." Law nods, and with my hands still on his sides, he pulls his magic up again. It flows through him, his skin vibrating with the power of it, and his whole body starts to glow. It doesn't encase him this time. It's within him, and when he darts forward, pressing his palms to Trigon's chest as he screams the ancient language. Trigon screams back. The boy convulses, coughs, and sputters, and the senator screams behind me. He doesn't move, though, as he sobs, the darkness and light clashing inside of Trigon's body. Then Trigon rears his head back, coughing and gagging like he had just been pulled from the water. Only black, gold, and green pour from his throat. The light and darkness spew out of his mouth as Law continues to pump his power into the boy's body, forcing out the last dregs of whatever had its hold on the Minotaur boy. As he collapses against the pillows, I realise that he's not too much younger than I am, just barely an adult. But it's clear from the way the senator screams that he is still treated as a boy. And I don't blame the senator. That is his kid, and he will do anything to protect him. Law rips his hand back from Trigon's body, and his skin settles into a deep golden hue that doesn't look unnatural. Above the bed, though, the gold and green magic swirl amongst the shadows, seemingly trying to battle for their master when Law lets out a roar. Immediately, the light flies to his fingertips, coating his hands in a marble of gold and green like armour, and he shouts out in the ancient language as he shoves his open palms through the cloud of black. Instead of evaporating the shadows like I expect, the dark swirls stick to him, mixing into the gold and green until it is all one grey hue. He forms a ball of the magic, dropping it in the air so that it floats, and the amulet at his chest shifts. It's like it opens of its own accord, creating a slot for the magic to return to, and all three, the black, green, and gold, are sucked back into the necklace, which slams closed to contain the ball of power. Slowly Law turns around, Trigon still unmoving behind him, and his eyes look dull. His knees quake and his feet stagger, and I rush forward as they both give out. His massive body slams into the floor as his green eyes roll back in his head, and he slumps.
Orcs. Gargoyles. Vampires. Ice monsters. Demons of the dark. These beasts seek war, destruction, and power. And there's only one thing that can tame them.
Love.
This is your chance to get the uncut and unabridged audiobook bundle.
No detail is spared.
Use discount code YouTube30 for an additional 30% off of the already discounted price.
Go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Get access to countless audiobooks and discounted bundles where I talk you through every last scene.
Protheka's magic is eternal. Audio bundles will make it immersive.
Chapter 22. Lore. Should be waking soon. I don't recognize the voice, but they seem to be standing close to me. I want to open my eyes, but they feel heavier than a fully grown Minotaur. Instead, I keep still and try to take in my surroundings as best as I can as my body slowly wakes. You've been saying that. This voice is sweet, making my heart leap even though there's an edge of irritation to it. Is there nothing we can do for him? We don't know much about apostates. It's the first time I've heard that word without the edge of disgust. I can't guarantee what happened to him. The bed dips next to me, and I realize that someone, Lita, it must be, sits beside me. Her fingers work through my hair on my chest, soothing me, and I can smell her. I want to grab her, press her to me, but my fingers only twitch at that thought. I can't lose him. She sounds so heartbroken, and I'm desperate to tell her that she won't. Lore, she whispers, and her lips brush against mine. Come back to me. It's all I need to wash away the rest of the fatigue from my body. My eyes blink open slowly to stare into her beautiful green ones, and I fight the heaviness of my arm to cup the back of her head and press her lips to mine. She gasps softly against me, but I don't let her go until I'm breathless, my lips tasting of her even after she pulls away. I still don't let her move too far away, my other arm keeping her clamped against my chest. You're awake, Lita whispers. crack a smile. You're freaking out over a little sleep? She blanches, smacking me hard on the shoulder as I chuckle and release my hold on her. She jerks back as I knew she would, and her nose wrinkles with anger. You collapsed at the senator's house and have been asleep for days. My heart soars as she screams at me. Goddess, I've missed her. Of course I'm freaking out. I'm awake now, I tell her in a deeply husky voice, trying to tug her on top of me. Let me ease your worries. Someone clears their throat and I pause, whipping my head around to find a Minotaur woman standing there. Oh, right. The other voice. I let go of Lita and her cheeks turn bright red. Lore, this is Dressa. She's a healer the senator sent to look after you. She nods but doesn't really meet my eyes. I chuckle, unable to find it in me to be embarrassed. I've spent too much of my life being alone and wondering what others think of me. I won't be bothered by wanting to take the woman I love to bed. I'm too lucky to have her to be ashamed of my desires. Yes, well, I was just telling Lita your vitals are stable. You just need to rest for a few more days, and you should be back to your old self. Which means you can't overexert yourself, Lita says pointedly. I offer a mischievous grin. I won't leave the bed, I swear. She rolls her eyes and looks back at Dressa. I think I've got him from here. Thank you. The Minotaur woman nods, rushing from the room. She pauses in the doorway, turning back toward us. Truly rest, she says, and then she's gone, taking off down the stairs. My enchantments must have fallen with my magic, running so low. I need to remember to put those back up. Later, I grab Lita, pulling her back on top of me, and she shakes her head, dodging my advances. You heard the healer, she yelps as I manage to get on top of me. You have to rest. I frown. You're really going to enforce that? When she nods, I sigh. Lita, I just overexerted myself. My magic drained me, but I feel fine. She sinks back, raising her eyebrows. Then sit up. What? Sit up, she insists. I want to see if you do feel fine. I chuckle, but I realize the error of my ways almost instantly. As soon as I move, a groan slips past my lips. I barely make it up onto my forearms before my body gives out, and after all of that, a slight sheen coats my forehead, smoothing my fur down. See? I narrow my eyes at her. My muscles are sore. So what? That doesn't have to stop me from pleasuring you. She shakes her head. You have to wait a few days. Now let me get you some tea. She leaves me to stew as she goes to the kitchen. When she peeks back in, she holds something up to me. This yellow root thing dissolves in the water, I answer. It helps replenish my magic. I thought so, she says as she plunks it in the cup. I saw you use it the first night we were here. I thought you were going to poison me or something, but I realized that you only put it in yours. I take the cup from her. 2 or 3 of these, and I'll be as good as new. I try again. 2 or 3 days of rest, she says firmly, and I know from that tone that I am not winning this battle. The days pass agonizingly slow. I thought it was bad to be stuck in my tower, but it's even worse to be bedridden, especially when Lita keeps using it against me. Like now. She's dusting the furniture, humming in the morning light, and I groan as I watch her. She flashes me a bright smile, bending over the arm of a chair to wipe a windowsill clean, and I'm about to toss myself to the floor. Lita! I growl. She turns to me with an innocent look that isn't fitting on the girl walking around naked just to tease me. Yes? Why are you tormenting me? My eyes travel down her lithe form bathed in nothing but soft sun rays. Do you want to see how far my resolve will go? She shrugs. I just want to be comfortable in our home. Comfortable. I fist the sheets, staring up at the ceiling and begging the goddess to help me. I wish I knew what that was like. For 3 days now, My shaft has been stiff and throbbing from her endless torments, cleaning naked, insisting on bathing me, morning stretches. I swear this woman could get any man to talk without touching them. Give it time. How much? I snap. Her laugh only enrages me more. I told you. At the end of the week, the full moon will rise. Then after we perform the life mate ceremony, you should be healed enough to celebrate. I can hear the pout that she offers me without even looking at her. It's really a pity we can't do that now. I grit my teeth so hard that I worry they're going to crack. Not that Lita seems worried. She continues to treat me like this, even once I prove I'm able to get up and out of bed. She eludes me at every turn, teasing me as she forgets to dress in the morning before breakfast or claims she's too warm sleeping next to a man covered in hair and strips off the thin pajamas I've given her. I've been contemplating if I'm powerful enough to turn the moon so that it is full by the time our wedding ceremony finally arrives. I swear my physical health isn't the problem. It's the way this woman has been draining me mentally, not even giving me reprieve from her teasing. It's all worth it the morning that we are to wed, though. I can tell she's excited, and she doesn't even taunt me as she gets up to shower and dress. Our day feels relatively normal, besides the way that our excitement thrums in the air. She tried to tell me that I wasn't allowed to see her on our wedding day, but I told her that was nonsense. I wasn't letting her go anywhere. She yielded to me on that, but she has clung to another human tradition, keeping her dress a secret. While she says she has chosen a traditional Minotaur dress made of dozens of thin, white layers, she won't let me peek as she dresses, making sure that it fits one last time. "Lore!" She calls through our bedroom door as I finish buttoning my jacket. I go to open it, but then she shouts, "No! You can't see me! I wanted to tell you that I am leaving!" Then my heart stops and I feel as if I've been punched in the gut. "You're what?" I gasp out. Her soft laughter on the other side soothes me a little. "I'm sorry. I don't mean like that. I'm going to go to the altar. I want you to meet me there." I lean my head against the door, wanting to rip it open and grab her. It sends a thrill of panic through my body at the thought of her leaving without me. We haven't been apart since the night I left her with Astranik and she almost died, but as I always tell her, I'd give Lita anything. "Okay," I whisper through the thin barrier. "I love you," she answers. And it's enough to make my heart twist. "I love you too," I murmur, staying pressed against the door as I hear her footsteps recede. It's painful as I pace around my home for another half hour. We aren't having a big wedding, and the streets below are just as busy as they always are. The world carrying on like mine isn't about to change. But when the time finally strikes for me to leave, adrenaline spikes through me. I've never been so nervous as I am as I open a portal to the edge of Corona, where, on the cliffs with the sunset backlighting the ceremony, Lita is waiting for me. I step through, the salty sea air blowing over me instantly, and I look up to see the arch of the altar for Zukiev, to honor our goddess for bringing us together and ask her for her blessing as we move forward together. And beneath the floral arch, I spot Lita. Her black hair has been pinned back from her face, decorated with white flowers and thin layers of fabric. Her eyes are outlined and look brighter than the leaves of the trees and the grass of the meadows, and her lips are full and a deep pink, a beautiful shade that draws me in. She's stunning, and I'm so shocked that I nearly forget that she's waiting for me. But as she offers me a small wave, I'm brought back to reality, realizing again that this isn't a dream, and she is truly mine. With shuddering breaths, I climb up to the top of the cliffs before the altar and the priestess, taking Lita's hands and facing her. "You were right," I whisper. "It is better that I didn't see you before." I shake my head as my gaze roams down her body. "You are always gorgeous, Lita, but right now..." I sigh, losing my words. "I am unbelievably lucky." She squeezes my hands. "You look handsome, too." She looks at the priestess. We're ready. I don't hear the words for the most part. This ceremony is important to her, but to me, Lita was mine from the moment I met her. It just took me too long to realize it. The healer offers up blessings to the Bright Lady, and we all chant to her, waiting for our blessings. The clouds above us part, and light shines down on us with a sharp beam, and the priestess smiles. I've never seen this before. She is happy. I suck in a deep breath as Lita smiles. With the honor the Bright Lady has blessed me with, I now announce you life mates. I don't give Lita a second to object. I sweep her up in my arms, ready to devour her after a week of her torment. I have many promises to uphold, having guaranteed to make it worth her while if she'd just give in. And tonight I intend to ravage her until she regrets keeping away from me for too long. She is my life mate, my woman, and I want to torture her in my own way, to show her my love and all that I can give her for the rest of our lives.
Chapter 23. Lita.
Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for YouTube.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by YouTube's guidelines.
To get the full unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks, and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the worlds of Protheka are waiting for you.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable. I am itching to get out of this dress. It's been killing me all week, not to make love to Law, to celebrate the love that we have found, but I knew he needed to rest. And it was funny to watch how mad he would get. But as he carries me into our home, I'm all too eager to have him rip away these layers. It's what I expect him to do, not gently set me down on the edge of the mattress and rake his eyes over me with an intensity that burns me alive. He licks his lips, shaking his head, and I finally lose it. What are you waiting for? Patience, he coos, and I narrow my eyes. He thinks he can tease me. It looks like he's learned nothing from this past week. I reach up, pulling the flowers and fabric from my hair until it falls down my back in loose waves, and I shake it out, my scent filling the room. I watch the way Law stiffens, and it's clear that I'm already getting to him. What? I ask in that innocent voice that I know gets a rise out of him. Slipping my hand under my shoulder strap, I tug it down. I'm just getting comfortable. He nods, and I push the other side down, too, peeling away my bodice. I sigh as my chest bounces free, running my hands over them. That's better, I whisper, tilting my head back as my palms rub across my peaks.
Chapter 24. Lore. After a week of being denied my woman, I'm nowhere near done with her. As soon as she steps under the water, the stream moving across her skin in rivulets, I feel the urge to grab her. Lita tilts her head back, running her fingers through her hair as the water coats her body, and when she finally looks at me with that seductive smile, my knees go weak. Coming in? I nod, moving in and grabbing her waist. She giggles, pushing up on her toes to kiss me, but she pulls away before I can deepen it. A low growl works its way up my throat, and I know she noticed it. She pretends not to as she spins around, grabbing the soap and holding it out to me. Wash my back? I take it, working it up into a lather that I rub into her back. I work my way down her skin, pressing kisses down her exposed flesh as the water washes the soap away. I massage her ass until my shaft is throbbing painfully, and then I force myself to lean back. Turn around. I halfway expect her to protest, with Lita being Lita, but she turns around, giving me that grin she thinks looks innocent. It screams mischievous, though. I don't know what she's concocted in her mind, but it is going to be bad. In a good way. I nudge her legs apart, and she stands still as I work back up her body until I'm standing over her, my thumbs caressing her peaks as I clean her chest. She bites her lips, swallowing back a moan, and rips the soap from my hand. "My turn," she announces, and I grin as I lift my hands off of her. She starts on my back, massaging the soap deep into my fur, and once she's covered every inch of me, she comes back around, working down my shoulders to my ankles, skipping over my painfully erect shaft. "I think you missed a spot," I murmur, and she leans back to look at me. My hard length twitches from the sight of her crouched beneath me. As much as Samara and I want to finish what these two characters have started, it looks like this chapter is about to get too hot for YouTube to handle.
Unfortunately, we have to pause here because their guidelines won't allow us to reveal the spiciest details.
To keep bringing you these free audiobooks, we have to follow their rules.
But don't worry. You can experience the full, unabridged version over at worldsofprotheka.com, where the boundaries of passion and fantasy collide.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off any of our unabridged audiobooks set in the rich and immersive worlds of Protheka.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
With these scenes, it will be unforgettable.
Chapter 25. Lita. I sit in my preferred chair at the edge of our bedroom, the early morning sunlight bathing over me as I sip my tea and stare out across the city. Behind me, Law snores, as I believe every Minotaur does, and as much as I want to crawl into bed beside him, my aching back won't allow it. I keep my knees pressed to my chest as I force down as much of the tea as I can. Law keeps assuring me that the nausea will pass, and even though the tea is very bitter and covers any sugar or honey I add to it, it does help a lot. In fact, I've made it through the entire morning without a bout of vomiting, which is a feat for me. Law starts to stir just as the sun crests, climbing up above the buildings, and it's nearly time for me to dress. He comes up behind me, kissing me on top of my head and wrapping his arms around me. Couldn't sleep again? I snort. This child of yours is proving to be as much of a pain in my arse as his father. He slides a hand over my stomach, and while I know it is too early to see anything, I feel like there is a small pudge to my stomach. The healers say it should start to settle soon, once you are out of your first trimester. I tip my head back to look at him, giving him a glare. If this baby is anything like you, and I know it is, that's not true. He nuzzles his forehead against mine. Why are you so insistent that I'm trouble? Because you flipped my life upside down. Law kisses me fully on the mouth, whispering against my lips. And you've never complained about it. I sigh softly as he pulls away from me, taking my empty mug to refill it. He's right. My life may now be everything I never knew I wanted, but I don't regret the changes that I've undergone. For one, I actually enjoy not having to steal anymore. While I was good at it and it was a thrill, it's nice to know I will always have food. I don't have to bargain and beg just to fill my belly, and my child will never know that life either. As much as I'd love to stay curled up in this plush chair, warming under the rising sun's rays, I know that I can't be late. But as Law comes back in, his eyes already full of disappointment as I head toward the bathroom, I contemplate trying to get out of it. Don't tell me you have to work today. He pouts. You work too much. I run my hand down his bare chest, leaning up to kiss his cheek and take the cup from his hand. It's good for us. I would go crazy without something to do. And what am I supposed to do all day? He asks as he trails after me. I won't be gone long. By the time you finish your morning workout and magic exercises, we can meet for lunch. I peek out from my closet. How does that sound? Fine, he grumbles, still sounding dejected, and pads off to find his own clothes. Law reappears as I finish pinning my hair up and slip my shoes on. He holds his arms out to me, and I laugh, shaking my head. I can walk by myself. You know that I can force you to let me, so either you can walk with me willingly, or I will make a great magical spectacle out of us floating to the city centre. I huff, rolling my eyes. My only saving grace is that Law can't open portals in crowded areas because it could harm someone. He only opens them to get back home usually, but I know that if he could manage, he wouldn't allow me to walk anywhere. He takes my hands, and we step out of our tower and onto the ground. I have to say, in this case, I do love his enchantments because those stairs would kill me if I had to actually climb them. We aren't far from Corona's main hall centre, so it only takes us a few minutes to cross the city square and climb the steps. Law squeezes my hands, looking all too pained to let me go. I press up on my toes and kiss him softly. I won't be gone long. He nods, and as if he can't bear to see me walk away, he turns around and breaks into a run. I grin as I see him jog off toward the arena. After all that he did for the senator, he's been heavily protected. No one will bully or tease him for being an apostate now that Trigon has been saved by Law. The people of Corona didn't celebrate him as the warrior he is, but they don't shy away from him in crowds and throw him out of bars anymore. It's a small victory, but Law has been happy with it. Especially now that he has a training partner in the arena that pushes him, a Minotaur trainer named Magus, who is notorious for being the best fighter in all of Protheka. I think the two of them have some kind of friendship, and the few times I've met Magus, and once his human mate, I've loved the way he is with Law. He doesn't treat him differently, not with disgust or forced respect. He acts like a friend, insulting him the way that guys do, but clasping him on the back and bidding him goodbye after their sessions. There's some kind of solace they find in each that I don't understand, but I don't have to. I'm just happy for Law. I turn around, pushing inside the building, and the Minotaur at the front lights up as they see me. "Good morning, Lita," Riker says as I walk in. I grin at him. "Good morning. Do you know where Altruz is this morning?" "Conference room, I believe." "Thanks." Altruz is never in his office. I learned very quickly after taking my job as a consultant for the city guard. While he is a fantastic leader and protects our citizens well, he is impossible to find. But he's a sweet and caring man who didn't care that I am a human or married to an apostate. He's better than most Minotaur on Milthar in that way. So, I don't mind hunting him down on the days I do come into work. "Lita!" Little Lightfingers is in today. "Lita, come by after your meeting!" Rounds of good mornings and shouts are thrown my way, and I grin as I wave. I was always popular among the thieves for my skills, but it is different that the Minotaur here seem to truly enjoy me. They don't eye my body or try to get me to partner with them so they can take some of my loot. They just think I'm funny or smart, and it feels nice for others to like me for who I am. I push open the door to the conference room without knocking, not surprised to see Altruz standing before the big screen, going over the details of the case to the city guard. His head snaps toward me at the sound of the doors clicking closed, and a deep smile curls up his lips. Looks like the city guard aren't the only ones who don't know how to be on time. I arch an eyebrow. "I don't live on your crazy time, Altruz, but according to the actual world, I am here at the time you said." He chuckles, waving me in. "We'll blame it on that crazy husband of yours, huh? Minotaur men are viciously protective." "Aren't you a Minotaur man?" "And I am protective. Of my city." "Goddess help the woman who ever ends up with you," I answer, coming around to where the front seat has been left open. The guard chuckles behind me, and Altruz cuts me a glare that I can tell is playful. He's married to his work, and we all know it, but I hope that one day he can open his heart too. I hate to think he bears the weight of all of Corona on his shoulders. I was just going over the details of the case with everyone here, and you should already have those. I nod, pulling the open file on the table toward me. I have gone over them, and I think I know where we should start. He snickers. "And this is why I had to have you. The way your mind works is just fascinating." I grin up at him before pulling out a map and a detailed list of my old contacts. Many of them know that I flipped, of course, but that doesn't stop me from getting my way. As one of the most notorious thieves, it wasn't hard to catch the eye of Altruz. Helping retrieve the amulet was a feat none of the guard could have managed, and when the senator raved about Law and his new mate who saved his son, Altruz sent a guard to our house every morning until I agreed to at least meet with him. Now, I am the best at recovering stolen items. They don't call me down here for petty theft, but a string of robberies, important heirlooms, invaluable pieces of history. That's my speciality. I've always had an eye for the finer things, and it's easy to work out how someone could have taken something so important. At least, to me it is. After Altruz and I have worked out a plan for the guards, and I agree to come back in 2 days, I tell the men goodbye. They disperse and we all leave Altruz alone to study over his next project. I peek into the various offices as I go, giving some of my new co-workers a few minutes. The meeting didn't run as long as I had expected, and I doubt Law has even finished up with Magus. But when my talking runs me a half-hour past, when I assured him I'd be done, I feel a little guilty. Especially when I go out on the deck and he's not there waiting for me like I expected. Maybe it's irrational, but after everything we've been through, I feel a little panicky. Sometimes I'm jealous that Law has a magic mark on me so he can always find me. But I have to guess. And right now, I'm hoping he's stuck to our plans. I rush toward the cliffs at the edge of Corona, not too far from where we married a few short months ago, and up on the edge, a few minutes' walk from the city centre, is a strip of shops and cafes that are very popular. As I approach my favourite cafe, though, I spot a familiar red and silver Minotaur, his green eyes cast out across the ocean with a look of peace that I love to see. He's no longer the anxious and suspicious man that I fell in love with, and I love him even more for it. I manage to sneak up behind him, wrapping my arms around him and pecking him on the cheek. He chuckles, catching my hand as I walk around the table to my seat, and he offers me a breathtaking smile. "So?" he tells me as the waitress brings me a fizzy, fruit-laced water that I love. Law knows me all too well. "Tell me about work." And I do. I dive into my day, just as eager to hear about his morning activities, and even when we run out of things to talk about, we find more. My time with my husband is never boring, and as I hold his hand, looking over the sea, I know that it never will be. I finally found the one treasure in life that has always eluded me. My last big score.
In a world of elves, demons, and liches.
What would you choose?
Power?
Or passion?
Would you stab the monster in the back?
Or take him to bed?
The Immersive Fantasy Audiobook bundle has it all.
Go to worldsofprotheka.com to get access.
Use code YouTube30 to get an additional 30% off.
Protheka's magic is eternal. Audio bundles will make it immersive.
Chapter 26. Trigon. I jerk up with a scream still on my lips. It dies out as the door swings open, and I grip my head, my fur wet with sweat. Even as my heavy footsteps pound into my room, all I can see is the fire dancing in my mind. I feel consumed by it, my skin heated as if I am still in my dream, waiting for the flames to consume my body. "Trigon!" my father gasps, falling to his knees beside my bed. "Are you all right?" I lift my head to look at my father, the senator. I remember growing up how he was always consumed with his work, otherwise preoccupied with social class climbing. I'm not really sure what happened when I went under. I've been told that I was encased in an apostate's magic until he was able to exorcise me. I heard that my father had called in every healer on Milthar just about to save me, and that he never left this house out of fear of not being by my side when I needed him. To be honest, that sounds nothing like the Ribus Kur that I've spent my entire life with. But neither does the man before me. He reaches out for me tentatively and I grasp his hand, squeezing him hard. "I'm okay, Father." He sighs, pressing his forehead to our interlocked hands. His breath is coming in sharper than mine, and it eases the knots in my chest to see how much he cares about me. I hate that I had to almost die to know that, though. Not to say that my father's a bad man. I enjoyed my upbringing with the privilege it brought. I never saw a problem until I fell ill. And then, it brought my world crumbling to its knees as both father and I learned what truly matters in this world. It isn't our wealth or our status as we've both enjoyed our lives. It's the daily blessing of being able to breathe, and I fear how long I have that, even after what that apostate did for me. Your dreams aren't getting better, he comments, and I note the compassion there. No, they aren't. I lift my head, blinking away the hazy outline of the flames that cling to my eyes. But it is better than being completely consumed by that spirit. After releasing me from its hold, an investigation was done into the magic that had possessed me. The general understanding among those at the School of Magic is that it is an evil spirit, most likely one of the 13, looking to wreak havoc. But they don't know about the lingering effects, and I've felt no inclination to reach out to those older apostates who have an air about them, like they are better than me. They don't listen, despite the way they've been outcast from their society. I look out my window, toward the city as the sun starts to rise, and pat the back of my father's hand. I think I'm going to go for a walk. I made it almost through the night. He nods. Be careful. If you need anything, send for me. I stand, and he embraces me. I will be okay, Father. He sighs softly. I just want to put all this behind us, move on with our lives. As do I whisper, and he disappears into the hallway. I dress quickly, knowing there is only one Minotaur who can help me. He casts the spirit out from me, and I know that he is the only who has truly felt its power as I have. The streets are quiet this early, and I enjoy that. I don't need more noise bothering me when my mind is already a mess. I'd like the fresh air and soothing ocean waves to clear out my thoughts. Unfortunately, it doesn't last nearly long enough. Soon, the streets are flooded with people, and I find myself coming down from the cliffs toward the city center. While my father never said it, I feel like the tower in the center was almost a punishment for the apostate, like he was wronging him for being different. I wonder how he feels now after all that has been done for me. As I approach the base, the door swings open, and a thin female human appears. I pause, watching her, and she smiles, turning to shout something up the stairs. I wait until she leaves, watching as she disappears through the crowd with an ease that is remarkable, like she knows how to vanish out of sight just before my eyes. That must be his mate. There are rumors that she was once a thief, and I can see how easily she'd pickpocket someone now. I knock on the door, expecting it to take a few minutes for him to get to me, but it flings open, and an amplified voice greets me. Yes? I clear my throat, stepping inside the base of the tower and looking around. Just as I suspected, there is no one else in here, yet the door swings closed behind me. My name is Trigon. I am here to see the apostate that saved me. There is humor in the disembodied voice. Trigon, welcome. Come on up. I take one step and then I am on the top floor. My head spins and I twist around to see the 4 stories of stairs beneath me. What happened? I barely have time to process before the door at the top of the stairs swings open. Trigon, the Minotaur says with a bright smile, and I recognize his voice from the bottom of the stairs, though it feels more familiar than that. I'm Lore. Come in. Come in. Following after him, I take in the setting around me, surprised to see how nicely decorated it is. I don't know what it is, but we all grow up thinking that apostates are so different. Besides the random, and I'm assuming magical objects, his home looks rather ordinary inside. In his kitchen, there are massive windows that look out across all the city, and I pause, taking in the view. The people on the hill, the rich and powerful, believe they have the best vantage point of the city, but from here, I can see the city, the shops, the streets crowded with people, and all the way to the ocean with none of the noise. It's stunning. Tea? I turn to find Lore holding a kettle as he watches me, and I have to clear my throat again, feeling unusually nervous around him. Yes, please. He comes to my side offering me the cup, and for a moment, The silence laps over us as we look out across our lands. But then he turns to me, his eyes too kind for someone who can't be treated well, and asks, "What brings you here?" "Well," I lick my lips. "To start, I want to say thank you. I heard about what you did for me, and I truly appreciate it. Not many can do what you can, and those who could didn't come to my aid." He grins, his green eyes flicking away. If the bright lady blesses me with these abilities, who am I to turn away from those who can benefit from them? I swallow hard. There is another reason I've come. I can tell. I blink, not sure how far his powers go, and he chuckles as he looks at the expression on my face. I can't read your mind or anything. People tend to get the wrong idea about me sometimes. I can read body language, however, and you've been fidgeting since you came in. There's something on your mind. There is, and I feel you are the only one that can help. The fire flashes behind my eyes, and I shake my head. Ever since I woke up from that trance, I've been plagued with terrible nightmares. There isn't a night that's been restful for me in months. Lore's eyes assess me for a moment, and it only makes me feel more nervous. His gaze is heavy, and I wonder just what he sees. "What kind of nightmares?" "It's the same one every night. I see a mountain of fire rising, coming to consume Minotaur. It will bring the end of our race as it destroys the entire island." He purses his lips, and before he can speak, I add, "It feels real. It's not like a dream, and I see shadows of it even when I am awake." "The end of Minotaur," he echoes, lifting his cup to his lips. I might be imagining it, but I swear I see a flicker of green under his fur as he tips his head back, inhaling the contents. "I can see why that would keep you awake." He turns away from the windows, going to refill his cup. I follow after him, almost feeling panicky by his nonchalance. "Do you know what it means?" Lore pauses, his gaze flickering to me, and it scares me how intense they are. He sets the kettle and cup down, turning around to face me. "Did anyone ever tell you why you ended up in that trance?" "An evil spirit," they said. "It was just wanting to cause grief." He snorts at that, his eyes going hazy as he stares out past me. Of course that's what they said. Lore shakes his head, turning his gaze back on me, and he grasps my shoulder. "I do not wish to cause you any alarm, Trigon, but I felt what was in you." I nod, knowing that is precisely why I came here. "What did you feel?" "It wasn't an evil spirit. It was the manifestation of magic stronger than I've ever encountered. It wasn't a simple dark elf joke, or even a basic torment of the 13. It had to be none other than the serpent, and as much as I hate to say it, he doesn't do things without reason." I balk as he turns back to fill his teacup, dropping a yellow root into the water and letting it dissolve. "And what do you think the reason was?" "That I am not sure." He stirs the tea. "Whether it was a distraction technique or a way to prove that we can do nothing against him, which I disproved, by the way, I haven't worked that out. But a mountain of fire bringing down an island he's known to hate? I don't think it's just a dream." "You think it's a premonition?" I whisper. He nods. "A spirit cannot possess without twining their mind to that they've taken. It's how they control you, and when I ripped the serpent's shadow creatures from you, it is possible that you stayed linked to him." "How do I get him out of my mind?" I gasp, a throb already starting at the back of my skull. "Do you want to?" My jaw drops open. "Of course I want to. Are you mad?" Lore chuckles. "I'm thinking ahead. If you are still intertwined with the serpent, then you could use that to your adventure." I turn to him wide-eyed. "What are you thinking?" His eyes are cast out across the sea as he sips his tea, and even from his profile, I can see his green eyes turn electric. "Your circumstances don't need to be a bad thing." His gaze flicks to me and he offers me a mischievous